Okay, so I'd like to reconvene into open session. Do I call the meeting to order again?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to call to order the South San Francisco Unified School District's Board of Trustees meeting for Thursday, June 25th, 2020. And coronavirus disease COVID-19 notice. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-35-20 issued on March 21st, 2020, allowing for deviation of the teleconference rules required by the Brown Act and pursuant to the order of the Health Officer of San Mateo County dated March 16th, 2020, as this meeting is necessary so that the South San Francisco Unified School District can conduct necessary business and is permitted under the order as an essential governmental function. The Board of Trustees invites the community to participate in the meeting virtually. The board meeting will be streamed live, and you can view it by visiting this web page for the board meeting streaming link. And that would be go to the South San Francisco Unified School District website, go to the board meeting page, and there will be a link. This link will be active shortly before 7 p.m. on June 25th. Vice President Flores, do you want to translate?
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening. Buenas noches. Si usted necesita traducción al español, le invitamos que nos acompañe y la señora Juanita Flores estará disponible para traducir en esta línea telefónica. Asimismo, le recordamos que si usted gusta hacer un comentario, pregunta o recomendación directa a la Junta Directiva Escolar, lo puede hacer utilizando el signo de asterisco y el número 9, y eso indicará que usted está levantando la mano para poder dar su comentario o pregunta. Recuerde que el comentario público solo se tomará durante la sección de comunicaciones en nuestra agenda. Para traducción, por favor, marque al número gratuito en español 669-900-6833 con el número de identificación 860-6962-1372 y la clave es 444-66011. Toda esta información, incluyendo estos números, lo puede asimismo obtener en el sitio de internet del Distrito Escolar, siguiendo a www.ssfusd.org bajo la sección de School Board Meetings. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Roll call.
Trustee Baker.
Here.
Trustee Lujan.
Present.
Trustee Richardson. You're muted.
Present.
Thank you. Vice President Flores.
Here.
President Murray.
Here. Okay, thank you. So we are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Richardson.
That link. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, in liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Reporting out from closed session. Dr. Spalding?
Thank you, President Murray. Closing out from closed session. Regarding item number 1, during recent concluded closed session, the board voted to reject the government code claim presented by USS Cal Builders Incorporated on June 4th, 2020. In connection with the existing USS Cal construction case litigation, there was a motion by Trustee Baker, second by Trustee Lujan, and the motion carried 5-0. In regards to item number 2, there's nothing to report out.
Thank you. Review of the agenda. Are there any items we want moved or taken away? Having none, let's move on. PTA Council remarks. Mr. Santa's not here today, so I will read his statement. On Monday, June 22nd, the PTA Council held a training for the units on how to prepare and adjust for the coming school year and beyond. Emphasis was placed on keeping the units as active and functional as is possible under the current conditions. It also gave ideas on future fundraising to offset the loss of the large community events we can't currently do. One of our members has set up a PTA Council Facebook group for us to share information and resources between our units. On June 30th, our operational year ends in the same manner as the district's fiscal year. On July 1st, many of our units will have new officers in place to begin the next school year. We want to thank all of our past year's officers for all they did to get their units and schools through the abruptly shortened year. Last Wednesday night, the 17th District PTA had its general meeting. County School Superintendent Nancy McGee gave the PTA the same presentation she gave the districts regarding reopening and the 4 pillars. In closing, I wanted to reinforce the point that Council is ready to assist the district in any way we can to make sure that parents are well informed of the coming changes in how the school year will look when we reopen. Thank you. Okay, next is the South San Francisco Federation of Adult Educators. If we have no one. Okay, South San Francisco Classroom Teachers Association, Danny Yano. Mr. Yano? I know you're here. Okay. I'm not sure. I know you were here, so.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I had to pull
Okay.
my speech up and then I lost you. So
No problem. Thank
let
you.
me find now I have to find my speech again.
No problem.
Just had it. Hold on. Here it is. Okay. Good evening, President Murray, board members, cabinet, and school community. Economics has been labeled the dismal science, and tonight you are going to hear some dismal numbers from our CFO. While he is not an economist, he is the CFO of our district, and his job is to be conservative with district funds. He does a great job and also is very easy to work with. However, the budget that Mr. O presents to you tonight was prepared before he had all the information. I don't have all the information, but I have some of it, some new information. Property tax revenue, for example, is up 8.5%, which I think is about double from what he is going to present to you tonight. There's also some new funds coming from the state called Learning Loss Mitigation Funds. And there will be other funds coming in the future as the state budget is ironed out. So when Mr. O makes his presentation tonight, please be aware that it is not a complete picture of the district's revenue, and there's probably more on the way. Board members, did you know that the Big Lift program began last week? Yes, we have our students in our classrooms now, and we'll have more starting next week, starting July 1st. The Children's Center is opening up for students next week. The Children's Center is an important program within our district, providing preschool education for 60 students starting next week. Our union has been in negotiations with Mr. Claiborne and his staff this week in preparation for the opening of the program July 1st. This program is not funded by the district, but is a federal program funded based on the number of children enrolled. The district provides some support, but more is needed. When they open up next week, they will need to have a full-time custodian on hand, and they will need to have one present during the school day when we go back in August, when they serve over 200 students at several sites. Until now, the teachers and administrators at the Children's Center have cleaned up messes themselves, but under the current circumstances, it is vital that there always be a custodian on duty during the school day. The director works very hard and runs a great program with a no-slack budget, but that budget cannot pay for a full-time custodian. The district will have to step up and support this program by furnishing them with a custodian. The same, by the way, holds true of the programs at the Hillside campus. There are both regular and special ed programs held there during the school year, and they also do not have custodial services available during the school day. Again, this is not acceptable during the epidemic. Custodians are trained in the use of disinfectants and cleaning chemicals that must be used for cleanup, especially now, and teachers cannot be expected to use those chemicals, nor are they trained in their use. As you sift through the huge amount of information that you received last week from the task forces, please keep in mind that please keep in mind that we're dealing with an epidemic and that it has caused a lot of stress among many teachers. As you know, probably know, the 91% of the deaths from this epidemic have been in people 55 years and above, or people with compromised immune system. As you think about reopening next year, please consider the idea that teachers should be given an option to do distance learning only if they're in a situation where they absolutely should not be in contact with students for fear of catching the virus. Another issue that's come up is that many teachers are going to need childcare if their kids are only going to school part-time if we go to a hybrid system. So I know that you got a lot of information from the task forces last week, and you guys are going to have to make these decisions, but these are life and death decisions for our students and for our teachers and for everybody working for the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next, California School Employees Association, Chapter 197, Jolene Malfatti.
Good evening, President Murray and honorable trustees, cabinet, and our virtual audience. I just wanted to let you know I had some technical difficulties on a prior meeting, but I just wanted to thank Superintendent Moore and everyone responsible for the virtual retirement thing they gave to the classified employees. Many worked many decades here, and I know it meant a lot to them. So you all did a wonderful job, and I really appreciate that. Hoping to work with you regarding the retirement question I had. Superintendent Moore is working on, and Dr. Spalding. And I know the COVID crisis has overwhelmed so many people in so many different sectors. Much to what Mr. Yanov said, I am getting a lot of concerns from the secretaries on, like they'll say, oh, I just have one bottle of Clorox wipes, and they said, oh, you have to order more out of your budget. And I'm kind of, and then they say, our custodian, needs to have those, so we're not supposed to use them, and those kinds of statements. And I'm really kind of perplexed why it has to be, why isn't the district just have all this stuff under one budget and easy to disseminate out to the schools, so the secretaries don't say, oh, I had to go buy my own Clorox, or I have to go buy my own gloves or something, because they're so afraid of the contamination. And I, for one, don't blame them, because they have to deal with parents and public and people coming in the office and children. So I'm very appreciative of the plexiglass barriers, but when I first started requesting that back in April, I would always say, please assess the work site so they could see like how low the counters are, how long the counters are, what have you. And it seems like they're distributing this one size fits all, maybe 2 feet by 2 feet on wooden stands, which is, again, I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. It's appreciated very much, but some secretaries are saying, oh, when I stand up, the plexiglass is here, and I really don't feel that protected. And so things weren't really rolled out in a site-by-site case, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so now with the uptick in the coronavirus, to all the folks who feel like masks aren't that important, it's caused yet more angst and fear on the people who have to work daily with people from the public. So I'm hoping that we can revisit some of the schools. I've been in contact with a lot of the secretaries saying, hey, let me know how it's going and yada, yada. And they will give me their feedback. And some wanted, taller plexiglass or what have you. And they felt that the facilities director didn't feel it was that important. So I'm reaching out to all of you today, hoping we can rectify some of these things and just have these, I call them staff members on the front line. I'm talking custodians, teachers, secretaries, have them all really feel safe and protected. This has been a long process. We're almost into July. And again, I started asking in April for plexiglass barriers. So I understand there has to be task force and meetings and so forth, but now that COVID is at an all-time high now in California, I feel like we're kind of running out of time. And then when I hear about big lifts starting and whatnot, I kind of get that empathetic concern within me too on behalf of the school employees. But once again, I know you all have worked very hard and I truly appreciate that. And I'm sure you feel as I do that we just want to take care of our employees out there. And I want to thank you also, this Cabinet and School Board, for considering additional health technicians. They won't be able to combat the COVID, but they will be able to assist the secretary so they don't have to go away from their work to do, shot records or accept information from parents. That health tech will be there to be able to do that more often, and that will really help the secretary's stress level quite a bit and serve the students. So if that does go through, I'm thanking you in advance. So thank you all very much, and I appreciate you all and all the staff members out at the schools. That's what I had to say this evening, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Personnel Commission, Dr. Spalding.
Thank you, President Murray. The Personnel Commission met on June 15th. At the meeting, they ratified 10 positions, and they also ratified 3 eligibility lists. They also approved 3 position classifications, and the next meeting for the Personnel Commission will be August 17th at 5 p.m. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next, items from the board, announcements, board calendar, board committee reports. We'll start with Vice President Flores.
I'll actually let Dana go so that, because I have piggyback on her
Okay.
update.
Okay, Trustee Lujan.
Let's see. So just SMCSBA did meet today, and they'll meet again next Thursday. The purpose of the 2 meetings this week and next week are really to bring board members together. All 23 school districts are in very different places as we think about some of the big issues that schools are navigating, what school looks like in the fall, and how do we really provide an equitable education. Another thing that's coming out of SMCSBA, just a quick update, is Equity Network. That work will be continuing, and there will be a 2.0, so that I'll mention that more when I get to requests from board, but just an FYI that work will be continuing, and it'll be a deep dive into it, and really some great opportunities there. In addition, earlier this week, as the San Mateo County has a COVID-19 Recovery Council. I'm serving on the Education and Childcare Subcommittee. They met, all subcommittees met earlier this week. The first meeting was really just a general FYI of like, here is the plan. And then the first committee meeting for education and childcare specifically, and how those two intersect, will be June 30th. So that will be, yes, June 30th, it'll be coming up. And then SMCSBA will be having a, along with County Office of Ed, we'll have a budget conversation on July 9th. It was rescheduled because budget hadn't been settled. And I think that covers everything.
Thank you so much. Okay, Vice President Flores?
Yes, thank you. I actually just wanted to piggyback since you brought up the county in regards to the pandemic recovery framework, which has been highlighted by the County Office of Education in terms of the reopening plan, right? One of the items, it calls for school boards to look into evaluating board policies and administrative regulations, ARs, in order to be more prepared and assess if we need more, or some of them actually need to be amended to address the COVID-19 impact. So in light of this comes as a policy committee update. Trustee Richardson and I have asked and will be embarking on taking a closer look and immediately start to review pertinent board policies and administrative regulations as part of the committee that we sit on, how they relate to COVID-19 impacts, and of course, the reopening of our schools. So I just want to point out that this does showcase that even outside our board meetings, the members of this board, we are actively working and engaging on making the reopening of our schools a top priority, including our student curriculum and safety to be that our priority. So we hope to introduce this for a first reading, possibly in July. Our goal is to have at least a group of these reviewed by August, if not sooner. So again, so that we can tie it all into to make sure that everything aligns in terms of board policies and meetings. Second to that, I have a general announcement. I just wanted to alert the community that Second Harvest Food Bank is also offering free meals at various locations throughout San Mateo County for youth and children 18 and under. And this is on top of, obviously, of what we are providing at our various sites for lunch. If you want more info, or you have neighbors or friends, etc., throughout San Mateo County, and you want to know more about the locations, you can just send a text to 876-876. Very simple, 876-876. My last announcement is that this past Tuesday, I attended the South San Francisco City General Plan Committee. The consultants that are doing the work are doing a look back at 1999. For those of you that lived in South San Francisco then, 21 years ago was when the general plan that we are currently now renovating, and they are determining equity issues that exist now due to unintended consequences of that plan in 1999. The committee is also now shifting based on Black Lives Matters, and now is asking the consultants how we can use an equity lens on every chapter of the general plan that we will be drafting. I am also thrilled that my work on this committee is highlighting the lack of Latino representation within this committee also. And on that note, I would like the board to be informed and to consider making me the main representative, since I have attended almost every single meeting except for our December meeting because it was our CSBA conference in San Diego. And I'm representing the school board and including community input in these meetings. I feel that as a Latino member of this board, I have been the voice, both representing the board and the district and the Latino community here in South San Francisco. And I feel it is important that actual representation and to solidify at least one Latino representative on this general plan committee. So right now there is no Latinos on the general plan committee, if you would imagine that. As myself, I'm an alternate. I am technically not allowed to vote. I'm currently fighting for the ability of any alternates to be able to participate actively in all discussions. But once it comes to the actual drafting of this general plan, which completely affects our schools and our communities here in South San Francisco, and I will not have voting rights. Since the key, for example, if the key issues and the committee is split on an issue, there needs to be, I believe, a Latino voice. And I would urge all of you as my colleagues to consider making me the representative to the general plan committee.
I'm happy to give up that spot to you and be your alternate if it's at the pleasure of the rest of the board.
I'm just curious, is this something we need to
agendize.
It's not agendized, or can we just do it by acclamation?
So when we had decided on who is going to represent the group, that was something that was done within a board workshop. And then if you recall in December, we decided which representatives were going to sit on which committees for the year. And so this isn't on the agenda for tonight, but I am certain that we can probably bring it back and then formalize it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes my reports. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Baker.
Great, thank you. Just really briefly, since Trustee Flores was talking about Second Harvest, I would like to remind the community there is a giveaway tomorrow morning between 10 a.m. and noon at the former Hillside Preschool up on Hillside Boulevard. Just bring a car. You don't need any qualifications other than to show up, no income, or they ask some statistical questions, and that's it. I'm just going to give a very brief overview of the recent county COVID-19 calls. San Mateo County is up to more than 2,700 cases, and there is actually a significant spike going on. 3 of the top 6 highest daily totals have been within the last week, including Mondays, which was the highest total ever and the only one above 70 since April. So one of the things the county is emphasizing is more testing and more testing sites. They're rotating. They've gone to Sermoni High School. There's going to be one in San Bruno and YouTube upcoming. You can get those details at www.smcgov.org/COVID-19-testing. That's smcgov.org/COVID-19-testing. And you can find a place to get tests. And it's definitely something that we are not through this. We're continuing to flatten the curve, but it's rising again. So please, everybody, be aware, wear your mask. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Richardson, you had a census update?
Thank you, President Baker. All I have to report today and to add to Trustee Baker about the COVID testing, that our own district will be having testing for COVID in July. So look for that information. We don't have all the information at the moment. There are opportunities to test as a walk-up in the various sites at Daly City, Sermoni Center. Those are also areas within our immediate city that are moving to test a lot of people, and people are taking advantage of it. And I also wanted to add that County Manager Callaghy mentioned that we are in the final push for the census, and that there will be people that did not respond to their initial requests to self count or enter their information, but there will now be people knocking on your doors and walking to make sure that we get the extra people counted. And I want to remind everybody, we could still be counted. We have a very good, I think it was 72% of our people here in South City have responded to the census. And I want to remind everybody, it's just a count. It's statistically, all they're using is the numbers, and that they will not use it for anything else. That Title 13 of the federal laws reassures people taking the test, entering their information. It will be confidential and will not be used in any way, form to convict or turn over to any agency. And it's strictly confidential, and it's very guarded and very safe to enter your information. No, it will be about 12 questions, and all they want to know is how many people in your household. And it's all used to disperse money, $800 billion a year it means to your local community. And I'm very proud to say that our county has a very good response rate. It's among the best in the whole state, better than the state. So they're at 62% at this writing or this mention. And ours is in the 70s and even almost close to 80 in San Carlos and neighboring cities. So good work, everybody. And that it concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Richardson. I just wanted to bring up a meeting that took place with the organization Change South San Francisco. Many of the members are probably young 20s. So it was a meeting that took place. Actually, it was an in-person meeting at in the City Council chambers with Council Member Mark Gaudiego, Vice Mayor Mark Gaudiego, Council Member Mark Nogales, City Manager Mike Futrell, and Chief of Police Jeff Azzopardi, as well as Trustee Lujan and I, and some other community members. But it was really interesting. It was to hear the perspective from the younger people in our community. Theirs aren't the only voices, but it was really nice to hear them. Some of the kids in this organization were past student representatives on our school board. So that was kind of fun to see them actually out there and advocating for their point of view. And that's all I have. So moving on, Superintendent's report.
Thank you. I have just a brief report tonight. As on the agenda, it talks about LCAP Goal 3, and I just wanted to really thank our community. We sent out a survey in May, and within that survey, we asked for interest from our parent group who might want to be able to assist us in our reopening of school plan. And we had just an overwhelming number of interested parents. And that is really the intent of us having a goal on parent and community and student engagement. And I'm just really proud that we had so many that wanted to participate, and those who are participating on our committee are really engaged and really supportive. And so I'm very pleased with that. And I just wanted to thank everyone who expressed an interest and a desire to be involved and engaged and to really provide a helping hand. It's about our community coming together and working together to do what's best and what's right for our students and our staff. And so I'm just really pleased to share that. And that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you very much. Okay, so next, communications. Public comments may be submitted in advance of the meeting through the following link. And there's a link on our board meeting webpage, beginning at 1 p.m. on Monday, June 22nd until 3 p.m. Thursday, June 25th. The comments will be read by the board president or a designee during the meeting. To comment during the meeting, please use the following link. Note, you will need to register and follow the instructions to comment during the meeting. That link is https://www.ssfusd.org/public comment. The meeting is recorded. Individuals may address the board concerning school business not on the agenda, but public comment cannot be acted upon or discussed by the board unless placed on the agenda at a subsequent meeting in accordance with the law of the Brown Act. The board may request staff to respond orally at the meeting or in writing at a future time. And with that, Trustee Baker, you are going to read. I think you're muted. Okay.
Thank you, President Murray. I will read the comments as usual. We all have full copies of the comments before us. There may be some summary for some of the long ones to keep them within time. Our first comment is from Tiffany LeBaron from Junipero Serra Elementary. She writes, I serve on the PTA as a volunteer at Junipero Elementary School. My first son graduated last year, having attended JS for 5 years, and is now at Altaloma Middle School. My second son is going into third grade this upcoming school year. I'd like to send you a note to consider having a discussion around revisiting the name of our school being affiliated with non-inclusive practices in relation to racial inequality and justice. I'd love to hear your thoughts about it and see how the community and I can learn then to have a conversation. The next item is from Ivy Maganan, and I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. Her subject is renaming Junipero Elementary. Her comment is, I think it's a great idea to rename the school, but I would suggest renaming to something inanimate and not another person that can possibly become controversial in the future. Something along the lines of Skyline, Sunshine Gardens, or Monteverde. Thank you. The next is from Terry, who's a parent at Bury Bury. She writes, I was watching the meeting last week. I do appreciate all the efforts of the different task forces. It is an incredible task. I was hoping for an answer as to what the school year would look like. I do not support the plan that had all students on campus in one day. That is not safe unless you have one staff per room to clean it completely. My nightmare is that I need to figure out childcare for my 3 kids. They are enrolled in the district childcare at Bury Bury. I love this program. The staff is amazing and so helpful, and the kids feel at home there. But what will that look like? Will it still be an option? I need them to have after-school care. I need to know what the school year will be like so I can work with my boss and staff to see if I need to take time off, if there are days where the kids will not be at school. I completely support the split days and a cleaning day in between. That is clearly the most logical and safest option. Please do not wait until the end of July to give us an answer as to what the school year will look like. At least tell us what options will be so families can work on childcare now and not rush in 2 weeks before the first day of school. Thank you for your time. Rena Chu is a parent at Junipero writes, we are now living in an opportune time to show our students and community inclusivity, empathy, and justice by renaming Junipero Elementary School. We need to take action and do our part to dismantle structural racism by changing our school name to one that embraces diversity and inclusivity in our community. Junipero built missions along California, which consequently oppressed Native Americans. The violent and harmful impact he had on Native Americans include destructive colonialization, elimination of their culture and religion, forced labor, and deaths of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. It is necessary that we foster positive development in our schools that promotes racial equality and respects differences. Let's take the next step by changing our school name. Now is the time. Rhonda Clements, who's a 14-year veteran teacher in the district, writes about the proposed reopening schedule. First, I'd like to acknowledge all our options for reopening are not ideal. Second, I'd like to thank the Reopening Schools Task Force for their efforts. However, I have some major concerns about the proposed schedule. Both teachers and students will be having to increase the speed at which they deliver curriculum. While the teaching end isn't difficult to modify in CP classes and electives, AP classes are another animal. Imagine learning AP US History in one semester, the peopling of America to present. In AP US History, that's 2 chapters per week. How much content can we cram into 15 or 16 weeks? If the AP class is in the fall, do you expect students to be able to retain content and skills and pass the exam in May? That's 4.5 months. If we deliver AP classes in spring, we'll have less time. Testing begins May 3rd, 2021. There's also continuity of learning. If a student takes math or English in fall of 2020, they won't receive any instruction in that subject until fall of 2021. Do we honestly expect that students will retain skills for 7.5 months to be able to progress? Will teachers spend the first quarter reteaching? Third, balance of schedules. At South San Francisco High School, we have finished our 7-period master schedule. My fear is that students' schedules will be cut in half without regard to what's in their schedule. For instance, a student can have math, English, and science the first block and then have PE, art, foreign language, and history the next. Kids need balance to enjoy school. Preps could also be unbalanced. Fourth, distance learning is going to have to be part of the mix. There is no mention about online learning being required. Distance learning was not successful. After the board's decision to go to credit, no credit, many kids did not show up for distance learning. How will the board retrain students and families as well as make sure there is access to technology? Also, edgenuity should be a last-ditch effort. Completion as low as is the rigor of the programs. Finally, classes are as large as 68.5, not a typo, she writes. With a 10% drop off, that's 62. If you cut that in half for A/B, A/B, there's 31 kids where we need class sizes to be 15, 20, depending on the size of the classroom. Fitting facilities with schedules has not been done, nor has there been a discussion of additional FTEs, but cuts have. Parent writes in about the curriculum. They write, last week a parent called in and asked the board to consider delaying the beginning of the school year. I thought this was a great idea. How will teachers have time and be present to adjust curriculum to accommodate the schedules purposed? The district does not have a distance learning curriculum. Teachers are not curriculum writers. How can the district and board assure our children are getting their academic needs met consistently across schools? Different teachers will highlight different content. Teachers are already overwhelmed with not being able to cover all the standards. How will they be able to condense it into one semester? The approach to learning has to change in order to cover what is needed. This is a mindset shift that our traditional school system has not made. Therefore, teachers need time to plan and practice in order to be prepared as possible for our children. Thank you. Current high school teacher writes, as a current high school teacher in the district, I'm deeply concerned about the long-term effects a quarter system schedule would have on my students. As both a core subject and elective teacher, I've seen how essential full year courses are to skill acquisition. To rush students through content will have detrimental effects on both their hard and soft skills. It is important to build the necessary scaffolds and structures so that when students proceed to the next grade level, they are adequately prepared. In my opinion, to negate this process and instead prioritize short-term fixes would be setting up students for failure. Please consider speaking to more secondary teachers of all subjects before proceeding with the proposed plan for fall scheduling. I also urge the school board to look at proposals that neighboring districts have considered, especially our colleagues at San Mateo Union. Kate Garcia writes about the high school proposed schedule. Disagree with current proposed 2021 school schedules, splitting the periods in half per semester. Trying to teach and learn 1 year of content in one semester is too much. What if a student takes math or an AP course in the first semester? In regards to math, that would mean they won't get another math class for almost 9 months. That's too long and more difficult to retain the information. AP students will be very detrimentally affected. Not only is it going to be a lot of information to cram into a very short period of time, it will also leave 5 months of no learning or review before the AP exams in May. It's setting them up to fail. In addition, even if you cut class sizes in half, I don't see how you can guarantee that social distancing can be maintained as the classroom sizes still won't safely accommodate the number of students in class. Please do not move forward with this plan. It does not have the students' best interest at heart. I understand it may be the easiest and most cost-effective, but aren't the students the priority? I have seen an option that San Mateo has put forth that I think would be a good option for the fall, until we can make sure that the spike and curve is settled down, and perhaps revisit for the spring. It's technical about trying to attach to the schedule. There's some details on the schedule, a little too complicated to read, but they are in our packets. Thank you. I appreciate your concern about these concerns.
Okay.
Next comment is a repeat.
Okay.
Now on page 19 of 52, Ala Hale, who's a parent of an incoming kindergartner, writes, for more certainty. I'm a mother of an incoming kindergartner and having a lot of trouble planning childcare and work situations due to the lack of clarity on schedules for school in the fall. I realize that these are trying times, but in order to survive in this area, households need 2 incomes. Without knowledge of what we will have for school and childcare come the fall, it is nearly impossible to maintain 2 incomes. As you develop plans for the fall, please be mindful of the fact many adults in this area cannot work at home and rely on school and after school programs for care. Also, please understand that once students are out of school, they're sharing all their germs and it does not make sense to limit the time that they spend there. An anonymous teacher in the district writes, hello, board members and community. I am writing today to express my concern that the task forces were not created with an equitable lens. From my understanding, the only parents who were asked to join were PTA council members. It is my firm belief that contacting only this small slice of participants has provided an unbalanced and biased view of what our South San Francisco families want and need. Joining a PTA costs money, attending meetings costs times, and some parents work during the evenings or lack adequate childcare. PTA meetings are not always translated into all the languages that are spoken by the parents. To join a PTA council is yet another step of time and money, which further excludes the underrepresented. Contacting only PTA council members to join the force is a giant misstep. It's exclusionary and top-down. It's culturally insensitive. I worry that the opinions and recommendations of task forces neglect many important voices, and the lack of transparency in the task force assembly is shameful. Board members, please take this into account when you consider, and particularly, the scheduling proposals for 2020-21. Kit Hale writes, "Hi, I'm a father of future Bury student, and my son is hoping to start kindergarten this August. As a father and someone who has benefited greatly from institutions of public education, I believe education is one of the most critical factors in healthy childhood development and future success. I value my child's education above all else. I'm submitting this comment in support of our school districts to open public schools in full capacity in August. I encourage this school district to take a balanced and pragmatic approach to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which would involve balancing both the health and education of our students. I believe this can only be accomplished if schools are open in full capacity. There's no such thing as distance learning for a kindergartner or elementary age children for that matter. Instead of keeping schools closed or partially closed, symptom monitoring systems, such as daily temperature checks and questionnaires, should be implemented, as well as enhanced daily cleaning of school common areas. Children and families who require additional precautions due to complicating factors such as immunocompromised parent or household member can be accommodated as well. The role that the school system plays in terms of supporting the economic well-being of South San Francisco is also critical. Many families are struggling financially without the support of before and after school, and other childcare options, since these services enable parents to go to work and support the family. If schools are not open full-time in the fall, many parents will be unable to work because they need to instead care for their child. In my case, either my wife or I would likely quit our job to make sure that our son receives a proper education. It will be challenging for us to financially support ourselves in the Bay Area on a single income, which will possibly force us to leave the area. We love the community and friends we have in the area, and we hope that this is not the path we have to take." Parent, teacher, and resident writes about the proposed secondary schedule. "I like Mr. Irish's idea of distance learning with having fewer classes in a semester so the kids' day would be less stressful. But I hope his proposed secondary distance learning schedule can be modified and adapted for middle school. The 3 classes for the fall semester and 4 for the spring might work for the high schools, but middle schools will need 4 classes each semester to work. With the proposed 3-class model, does that mean middle school kids would only have 6 courses through the year? So if my child has math and language arts in the fall semester, does that mean she won't have it in the spring? I can imagine condensing math and language arts courses from 1 year course to a 1 semester class. That's the equivalent of cutting out half the curriculum. I'm sorry, she says she can't imagine that. Maybe the middle school first semester can be a normal schedule, and the second semester could be a normal A-day schedule, and the second semester could be their normal B-day schedule. That way they would have 4 classes per day without losing time for math and language arts. The district mission statement says its goal is to graduate responsible, productive, and environmentally aware citizens who have the academic and social skills necessary to contribute to a global changing society. Cutting in half the math and language arts classes would drastically reduce our children's ability to read, write, logically process thoughts, and express them effectively during those developmental years in middle school. Please do not eliminate the time our kids learn and process numbers or words so our children can grow up to compete intellectually and contribute effectively to our changing global society." Christine Forsell, who's a PE teacher at South San Francisco High School, writes, "Dear board members, we have many doors in our PE office, 3 doors plus the outside door, the hallway door, and the locker room door. I'm concerned at how many times we touch these door handles. Our PE classes for 9th graders is at 45 per class, and 10th graders is at 43 per class. How do we keep our students social distancing in locker rooms and during the activity for our classes? There is no shared equipment. But what about the elective classes? Art, ceramics, and photography are hands-on classes. Also, I stepped by the PE office on June 2nd and there were mice droppings on my desk. Are our PE offices being sanitized? I'm concerned about students coming to school because I've seen teenagers clustering together without face masks, which is a health concern when they come to school. What is there to prevent a student from taking Tylenol to reduce a fever and entering school? Also, there are teachers that are taking care of their elderly parents and don't want to expose them to COVID-19. There are teachers over the age of 60, which is another red flag that puts them at risk. There are students returning from out of the country or other countries. How do they prevent the spread of COVID-19? There are so many more questions without answers. We need to be prepared to not spread the virus. Thank you for your time of listening and continuing the conversation. Tony Campos, who's a Skyline and Westboro parent of 3, writes, I watched last week's meeting. Seems like the people on the task forces are working hard, listening to families, and had well thought out ideas. I'm very happy for the small groups of students, worried that it will overwhelm the teachers a little to manage online and classroom, but they are great teachers. This makes me confident our teachers will be safe in August. To the board, please, we need a decision on what the schedule for our schools will be. I have to figure out my own work schedule based on the kids. I will need to rely on Skyline's district daycare along with my family to coordinate care for my kids. The sooner we have this information, the better it will be for families to plan. How will this be given to parents? Hopefully not in the letters we get a week before school. Can we call with a phone blast sooner? Thank you for your time. Selena Ruiz, who's a Junipero Serra teacher, says, I am concerned that teams responsible for creating plans for fall 2020 highlighted only a hybrid model of learning. There has not been an equal emphasis on all plans, furthering the idea that the district would prefer a hybrid, or planning a hybrid, or generally leading the public to believe that a hybrid is the best option. Currently, it is not. A hybrid does not take into concerns the health and safety of teachers or their families. Unless there are clear measures by the school district to require a COVID teacher for each individual before returning to school, clear plans requiring students to wear a mask in the classroom, and clear plans for contact tracing, we cannot return, even part-time as the hybrid model suggests. I'm teaching summer school for the district this summer, and the real lapses in judgment with regards to teacher safety have been apparent. Please show families and teachers what the expectations will be for a fully virtual school start, as last year was crisis teaching, not what we can or should expect for a fall return. Please give equal consideration to this option. Teacher with the district writes, thank you for returning to the task force committees. Thank you to the task force committees for their work and updates. Many teachers, myself included, do not believe that the safety measures such as social distancing in classrooms, encouraging mask use, maintaining temperature checks are enough to protect us and our students from COVID-19 infection and transmission. Based off the task force scheduling plans, teachers may still come in contact with the same number of students per week, which will not reduce our exposure. Classrooms will not be thoroughly cleaned between every period. Air will be cycled and shared. We urge the board to conduct the fall 2020 semester online for all the secondary schools in the district because that is the only way to prevent our most vulnerable populations from transmitting this disease. Kelly August Duncan, who's a teacher at Alta Loma, writes, in reviewing the plans for secondary reopening, I noticed there is a programming slide for the high schools, but no such plan exists for the middle schools, which is distressing. Middle school is a unique time for physical, especially brain development, as well as social and emotional learning. While middle schools are a secondary school, our needs differ from the high schools and the elementary schools. We need a different plan. Because of this, I would like to strongly advocate for a 4x4 block for the middle schools for the entire year as laid out in the support material for the secondary bill schedule on the tab labeled Semester 2 bill schedule. In our current in-person block schedule, students have ELA and math every day. This is for many reasons, but one very important reason is due to the immense brain development in typical middle schoolers. Short-term memory is impacted and daily practice is essential. Those two crucial courses should not be limited to one semester for our middle schoolers, especially our transitioning sixth grade populations, because they are foundational to all other learning that takes place. And in these grades, students are still acquiring skills, not studying content, to be successful in the more rigorous courses in high school and beyond. 11 to 13-year-olds, which is the age of our middle schoolers, are not developmentally prepared to study mathematics or English language arts for one semester and then skip instruction in those subjects for another. Their working memories do not support such a model, and that is for typical students. Students in special populations, those with IEPs, students whose first language is not English, students in poverty, would suffer even more. I would ask that the task force and board keep math and ELA instruction in place for middle schoolers for the entire year using a 4x4 block model at those schools. Thank you. Judy Deutschman, who's affiliated with Bury, is requesting temperature checks be in place as well as masks being worn. She writes, the Centers for Disease Control has put out guidelines for childcare centers. These guidelines obviously include temperature checks on a daily basis and requiring children to wear masks. There is also the concept of separating children out into smaller pods for containment. We urge the board to take extreme precautions. It's better to be safe than sorry. Thank you so much for your time and efforts and taking our opinions into consideration. And she provided a link to an NPR article about childcare centers that stayed open. Mercedes Taylor, who's an Alta Loma teacher, writes, upon thinking about the proposed schedules for the fall, the only one that makes sense at this point is 100% remote learning. We have too many uncertainties that may result in staff and students getting sick. Even if we had the students travel in cohorts at the secondary level, students will still find time to mix with other cohorts and possibly spread the virus. As we speak, numbers are climbing back up in California. After the summer, we cannot guarantee how seriously students have been taking social distancing. If they have not been practicing social distancing at home, that is one more thing we will have to enforce at school. Looking at one proposed schedule, which would have students with one semester of each class, it makes no sense to me. Our test scores have been stagnant as is, and decreasing the amount of time that students are in classes is not going to help in their learning. It will only rob them of the enriching lessons that teachers are preparing to provide in our new normal. The more we push to get people into crowds, no matter how small, more likely we are to get sick and have to return to stay-at-home orders. One feasible solution is for at least the first semester to be opening for students who need additional help or students with learning difficulties. If they choose, they can come to campus and work all day. This way we can have a group of students in a much larger area, such as the library or the auditorium, so they can properly social distance and have access to reliable internet and technology. If teachers feel comfortable meeting with students, they are able to. For those of us who are high risk because of existing health issues or have family members who are high risk, we can choose to stay at home. This way we don't have to choose between our health and our jobs. We must make wise decisions with everyone's health and safety in mind. Kristen Searles, who's a kindergarten teacher at Monteverde, writes, Dear board members and Dr. Moore, I've been teaching kindergarten in South San Francisco Unified School District for 18 years. I'm asking you today to strongly consider sending elementary schools back to the classroom in August. There are many reasons why this is important and necessary. Distance learning is no replacement for actual teaching in the classroom. I believe students' needs are not being met academically and socially. One of the most important parts of school for both students and teachers is forming a bond and getting to know students in person to see what their strengths and weaknesses are. How can I bond with a group of students I have never met? I understand why we finished school last year with distance learning, but now it's time to go back to the classroom. Another Monteverde teacher writes, I'm concerned for our teachers and the lack of concern that has been shown for their well-being or the plans to take care of them. It seems there's a real push from the community to, quote, return to normal, unquote, and either return via hybrid or full in person in an attempt to provide childcare for the rest of the community. Every time a teacher gets exposed to a sick child and has to quarantine for up to 14 days, teachers will lose those days as sick leave days. Once those days are exhausted, we get charged a daily fee because it costs to hire a sub. If you're still pretty new to teaching, your daily salary isn't that high, but you have to pay the district to have a sub. In this area, that can be the difference between making rent one month or not. Now imagine how many times that might happen in the school year if you have a spouse who is also working here, or kids in school and they get exposed. You too have to stay home for 14 days. In a household of 4, if it happens to each only once, that's 56 days. We don't have that many sick days. We have precisely 8 added each year. Do you have more than 56 sick leave days a year? Because when you send your asymptomatic child to school and expose us all, that is exactly what teachers are up against. Even if we don't get sick, we still lose the days while we wait it out. It isn't that we don't want to teach your kids. It's that we want it to be a fair and safe work environment, just like it is for so many other jobs out there. We want to teach your kids. Remote learning was way more work with a fraction of the success. None of us liked it. We can't afford not to fight for our rights too. Just like you fought for your kids' rights. We have families to provide for as well. Amanda Hastings, who's a teacher and parent at Monteverde, writes, I've been teaching elementary school for more than 10 years. I'm a teacher and a parent in the district. There's nothing like the bond between a teacher and their students. This bond is key to having a successful school year. This bond can't happen if kids aren't welcomed back in the classroom in the fall. We flattened the curve and now it's time to let children go back to school, not just to learn academics, but for social and emotional support and growth. Children are the least affected by COVID-19. New studies are even suggesting kids may have low transmission rates. If this is true, why are we punishing them by keeping them away from school? Children need school. Create a task force of teachers to run virtual learning for students with health issues or students who are not ready to come back to school. For everyone else, open the doors and let students return. Travis Hastings, who's a parent in Monteverde, is a parent of an incoming first grader at the school. I think it's absolutely imperative, he writes, to have the option of returning to normal at an in-classroom school. While I'm sensitive to the COVID-19 pandemic and the at risk, I cannot fathom why there isn't a way we can have normal school this next school year with parents and with students and teachers who choose to attend, while having a virtual option for at-risk teachers and students. My child and many others will suffer greatly from only 2 days a week or virtual only. This is a vital time in their development. There's no data to suggest kids will be transmitters. In fact, it suggests they do not. Please consider the option to return to normalcy. Jasmine Buenaventura Taruk writes, will there be option for parents who want to keep their kids at home? Why are college students online learning and the younger kids need to come back to school if some of the kids have health issues already? Who will pay the medical bills for when they do get the virus or their funeral if they die from the virus? Jonathan Corker, who's a teacher, writes, Dear Board and Cabinet, I know you have a difficult and important job in ensuring you reopen schools safely for the 2021 school year, and thank you for your leadership, communication, focus, and science and data. With the COVID-19 cases increasing within the past days throughout California, I want to ask if the Board of Cabinet can seriously consider starting the school year in distance learning for all students, K through 12. As an elementary teacher, I'm eager to be back in my classroom and know my students will learn best in the classroom setting, and how critical it is that they have social interactions at a formative stage. However, as we all know, these are unforeseen times and things are changing rapidly. Things already look different from 1 week ago during the school board study session. I think the hybrid model with cohorts of students coming 2 days a week is a great solution, but for the safety of staff, students, and the community at large, I strongly encourage the board to keep the possibility of distance learning in mind for all students rather than just at the secondary level. I understand this presents many challenges, and just as things have rapidly changed over the past week, we could be in a much better place in terms of flattening the curve a month from now. That said, were we to begin the school year with distance learning, we have the best teachers here in the South San Francisco Unified School District who are not only dedicated to their craft, but also creative and able to think outside the box, which is what is needed right now. Although we were in crisis mode in the spring, now that we have had time to reflect, we can work as a district to develop best practices for social learning that, while not replicating what is possible in the classroom, can support students academically, socially, and emotionally. I trust the board and cabinet to make the decision they feel is safest and best for all. If a hybrid model is safe and feasible by the beginning of the school year, I'll be very grateful. On the other hand, we need to make sure that we also have a very strong distance learning model, whether we start with it or switch to it at a later time. Thank you for your time and consideration. Despite the unknowns, I look forward to the upcoming school year. And my throat is very happy to say that is our final pre-submitted comment.
Thank you very much, Trustee Baker. Okay. Have your wife get you some water if you don't have some there. So moving on, presentations.
Trustee or President Murray, remember we may have some who submitted to live comments.
Sorry, yes. Thank you. Dewey?
Thank you. Thank you, President Murray. Greetings, this is Joe Siam, Director of Technology. I'll be calling upon speakers for public comment in random order. To our attendees, if you would like to speak during our public comment portion of the board meeting, please use the raise hand feature on the Zoom meeting platform. Speakers will have 3 minutes to give their remarks. You will hear a tone when your time begins, a tone when 1 minute remains, 2 tones when 30 seconds remain, and 3 tones when your time is expired. The first speaker is Denise Steffi. Give me a moment while I pull up the timer. Okay, Denise Steffi.
I'm a member of the Los Cerritos School Community. Good evening, school board members, community, and cabinet. I'm currently working at the Big Lift program at Los Cerritos, And I just wanted to share with you some of the observations that I've made on our scholars over the summer program. I appreciate all the work that the task force has made so far, but I was a little concerned to hear that we may be going back to a hybrid model where our scholars and students would only attend 2 days of school. I've really seen a lot of losses among our students when we went to shelter in place in March. I know many teachers, myself included, worked really hard to have community outreach and get our scholars back to the classroom. But right now we're seeing some really big deficits among our students. So I think for our youngest students, it really would behoove us to get our kids to school at least half a day every day. And I know this provides significant challenges, but I don't think our youngest students, and I'm talking the K to possibly third grade, are making enough progress with an online learning method only, or even a 2-day method. Nothing is really replacing that teacher time that they are getting. Thank you for listening tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Phil Naranjo. Phil Naranjo, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, board members and Dr. Moore and everyone. My name is Phil Naranjo, and I'm a teacher at Spruce and represent the community at Spruce and at Martin. The reason I wanted to speak today is I wanted to follow up on the comment I made last week regarding the need for a phone number for tech support. That is a huge thing that we're going to need to have regardless of we're doing distant learning or at school, because at some point, kids are going to need to be able to call in for these type of questions that teachers spend hours and hours and hours doing. So I do support the tech department in that quest to find a solution. I know there's a solution for that. And the second thing I wanted to say is that long time ago, before I was a school teacher, I used to work with computers, and I feel for the tech department, they need air conditioning over there. It's a hot room. If you're going to be working with technology, you're going to have to keep the computers and the technology cool. Otherwise, you're going to have problems. And so whatever monies we can gather to support that, we need to have the tech department to have some kind of air conditioning system for the computers and the techs themselves. It's very hard to think and work when it's hot. I think everyone can relate to that. And even though we don't have air conditioning in our schools, I can tell you that it gets very hot over at Spruce in May, and also a few other months out of the year. And the air conditioning issue is going to be not just something for computers, but for wherever we keep technology. We have to have, we need to use our resources and our monies wisely. And I think I have 58 seconds. So I just wanted to say I support any funding for keeping our computers in the best shape, and having Joe Siam's team and Jolene and Raj, all of them, they need to have the best working environment that we have, and that includes air conditioning. And the final comment I wanted to make is that as a third grade teacher that's also doing the big program, right now we are working in these conditions with live children. And I've heard the comments from parents and from teachers, and it's tough. It's very tough when we have live children and you got to think about viruses and touching things. There's no plan. You can't plan for stuff like that. So thank you for your time, and I hope that I'm looking forward to the fall and see what we can come up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Next speaker is Teresa Sampayan.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, Dr. Moore, Cabinet, President Murray, trustees, Ms. Cantley, and all community. I'm just going to talk briefly about the discussions regarding the changing of the name of our school, Juniper Serra Elementary School. First of all, I'd like to thank Trustee Baker for his Twitter feed touching upon the subject and responding to an email from our JS community member. Secondly, if a committee for the changing of the name of our school will be convened, I, as a principal of JS, would like to be included. And lastly, I'd like to stress the importance of providing opportunities for our JS community to have a voice during the process. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
President Murray, that is all the speakers that I see.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so now moving forward, we have a presentation from Ed Services on the district health technicians. Staff will provide information to the board on the district health technicians.
Mr. Irish, did you want me to, I was going to take this, if that is okay, from Human Resources.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Spalding. It is a joint effort, but Dr. Spalding has taken the lead. And I just want to say thank you to Dr. Spalding and Mr. O for getting some background information to share with the community this evening.
So with that said, thank you, Mr. Irish. So the Board of Trustees asked us to present a presentation on the district health technicians. Mr. Irish, are you controlling the screen? Next slide. So district health technicians, the job summary is they're under the direction of the Director of Special Education Pupil Personnel Services with really general supervision of the district nurse. Our health technicians perform a variety of clerical, clerical and technical duties related to mandated health screening programs. Some of their majority of tasks are obtain and maintain student health records, referrals, and reports, monitor, implement district health policies and procedures in elementary, middle, and high schools, and assist in administrating routine first aid to students, and perform a variety of clerical duties and support for student health services. We currently have 4 health technicians to support all of our schools. So we currently have approximately 8,400 students, and we have 4 district health technicians. The health technicians have a schedule where they rotate to 4 different sites during the week. So essentially they're at 1 site per day, and they have a 5th day, is my understanding from Director Yakub, of doing other paperwork not related to that district site. We had a conversation with President of CSEA, Jolene Malfatti. She had a big concern of some of our sites being overwhelmed with some of our students requesting first aid. And there was a request to either increase the number of hours for staff, administrative assistant, school secretary, or possibly district health technicians. So we gathered, we reached out and gathered information from all of our school sites. We took a sampling from February 13th from February 7th. So you can see the data from all of our school sites. What we did was we just tallied them. We totaled them for the week. We did an average per day, and you can see a total at the very bottom per day. We do not have a way of capturing this data other than by paper. So what we had our sites do is actually send us their paper copy, scan their paper copy of their daily sign in and sign out log. They do not input this in any kind of software program or put any other information such as what kind of incident it was. They do keep it for the record of which student may or may not have been in the office, but essentially you can see the variance at the various school sites. Would like to remind the Board of Trustees that the elementary schools vary from approximately 300 students to 600 students. Our middle schools are approximately 600 to almost 700 students, and our high schools are approximately 1,200 students. So you can see the average right there. So really, I guess the next steps, since this was a request by the Board of Trustees, is to look and examine the budget for the 2021 school year, think about the impact of the governor's budget from COVID-19. And as I think we know that legislation is sort of overturned the governor's proposal and have got a new proposal. And then also examine each of the task force recommendations that'll be coming to the Board of Trustees in July 16th. There'll be a safety task force recommendation, a teaching and learning recommendation, and social emotional task force recommendation in ways to support and address the health and social emotional well-being of our students and staff. And with that, that concludes this short presentation. We'll take questions from the trustees.
Okay. Any questions? I can't really.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Spalding, I appreciate this presentation because it gives me a picture of what's going on in the during the day for the students. But I had a question. Are students allowed to lay down during the day if they're ill? Or is there is that provided somewhere in the office area when they're injured in some way or can't go back to class? Can you give us an insight on what happens to a student who comes to the office and probably is too sick to sit?
Sure. So typically, and when I was principal at Bury as well as in another district, and it's pretty common amongst all school site, and one of our trustees is also a principal and probably could speak to it from her side as well. But typically a student who is sent either from the classroom because the child is not feeling well, they might have thrown up, might have said that they're dizzy, something like that. They're sent up typically with another student to the office where the student signs in with their name, the date, and the reason. And there is a room, designated room, call it an infirmary, call it a health office, where there is typically a bench for a student to lay down. Now, this is not by any means a large area. At Bury or in other schools, there may be room for maybe 2, maybe 3 students, and going into COVID-19, social distancing, probably no more than 1 on this. As well as students playing during recess where they may skin their knee and need a Band-Aid, which may not be out there, or worse, maybe a broken arm, strained leg, something of that nature, where they're brought up to the office. Once they're signed into the office, depending on the situation, and they stay in the clinic, if you will, nurse's clinic, parent, it may be called to come pick up their child. It may just be ice because they might have banged their knee. Typical head injuries or any significant injuries, not only is documented, but parents are called to come pick their child up. Often our parent community are working, and so to leave work, which may be across the bay, maybe up in San Francisco, might take up to an hour, maybe even longer than that to pick up their child. So there is a place, getting back a roundabout way, there is a place for a child to lay down, but by no means is it like a hospital situation where you have 2 or more beds for multiple children to lay down at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Through the chair.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you. So just to make sure, sorry, I just muted myself. Apologies. Just to make sure I'm not mixing myself up because there are a lot of schools. The health service techs are in addition to the health aides that are at the sites. Is that correct? Because there are some sites who have part-time people who do help with some of the medical things that come up.
I'm not quite sure of a health aid.
Okay.
I can say that typically who deals with the, I'm going to say first aid, is typically the administrative assistant, which would be considered the school secretary, typically does with the first aid. I can give a shout out to Bury's admin assistants that do that. The health technicians are there, as you saw in the job description, a lot to do a lot of the paperwork and make sure the medication is accurate. they can perform first aid, but remember, they're there only one day, and their responsibility is primarily to do the paperwork. So it's typically fallen on the administrative assistant, which also is in their job description to administer first aid.
Yes, and they have 1,001 things going on. And so to the point of the data, it was very helpful that you collected. I did want to point out that something that every school struggles with is actually how long a school may only see 5 students for medical needs, but they may be 30-minute medical needs. So, I mean, just to kind of provide a frame of reference as we look at this data, it may only be 8 kids on average, but the medical needs vary. My wondering, as I look at the fact that there are basically 4 health service techs to support schools as we think about this, and to the point you were talking about with kiddos who needed to rest, at this moment, is there capacity for 4 individuals to help 14 sites really figure out the quarantine plan? Because if there is a kid who fell and needs to rest and rest their ankle or whatever, and there's also a case that we suddenly realize we need to quarantine, do the 4 individuals at this time feel like they have the capacity to support every school site in thinking through what is the quarantine plan, and how do we set aside a student who may have come down with symptoms that may be very similar to COVID-19?
So I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I know the Safety and Health Task Force is looking into that. This has not been something that has been planned yet. I do know one of our health technicians is on that committee, and I am sure giving input on that situation, because if a student and or staff member have a fever or somehow during the school day, and I'm going to assume, and I don't want to put words in the mouth, the Safety and Task Force Committee may make a recommendation of temperature checks before anybody comes on campus. Those people don't stay on campus, but if something happens during the school day where a temperature spike happens, that there would have to be a different space allocated versus, I'm going to say, the boo-boo bunny when somebody bangs their elbow, sprains their ankle or something of that nature. And that would have to be identified, I'm going to say, with the administrator, the site administrators, with help with the administrative assistant.
Thank you for that. I and also want to be mindful, I don't want to get down into the weeds. I just also realize that each school has a different setup in their office, and the ability to quarantine while also addressing health needs may be different. And I feel that the health service technician or health service techs would really be helpful in helping administrators and sites kind of think through that. And I just wonder about the capacity of just having 4 individuals with so many different configurations at each school site. So thank you for your help with that.
Sure.
Thank you. Trustee Baker. Baker?
Sorry, I had to go through the applications here. I had the PDF open of the agenda. Yeah, I had asked for this to be added after one, getting an indication of these numbers that we saw in this slide of 89 cases per week, 137 per day, spread among 4 people. And it's really hard to see. I've had many classified employees come to me, office employees, tell me how they are essentially serving as nurses because half the time, because the health techs we do have are overworked and spread out. So I'm glad to see an informational report out of this. I do have some general questions, and if you don't have the information, that's fine. Maybe get back to me at some point. Do we know how much a health tech FTE costs approximately?
I believe an approximate amount full-time would be approximately $60,000.
Right, I'm hearing some feedback somewhere, so if people can mute if they're not talking, that'd be great. Is there any consensus as to how many health techs we really should have in this district? I don't know if the number's 4, but I doubt it.
To be honest, Trustee Baker, I have not done an analysis of that. I have not compared with other districts. Will be happy to do that as far as staffing ratios, looking at our neighboring districts and what their staffing is for health technicians, but I do not have that at this time.
Not a worry. We're discussing our budget tonight, which obviously doesn't have additional text in it at the moment. Should we decide to add more text, can you just really, really briefly outline the process and the timeline it would be to approve new positions?
Sure. The position is, and the job description already developed, so all we would do is post the position where anyone can apply. We post that on EdJoin. Typically, it's about a 3 to 4 week window when we post. After we post, since we are a merit district, we bring the candidates that are interested in and they take a test. There are some minimum requirements, as well as do a panel interview, and they're ranked, scored. After they scored, the top candidates are then put on the eligibility list, which is ratified by the Personnel Commission. And from that list, the top candidates are forwarded to, in this case, would probably go to the district nurse and director of special ed who oversee the program for final interviews. And from the list, they would need to select 1, 2, or how many candidates were needed.
Sure. And if we were to, as a board, approve positions, do you know if there's been any contingency plan as to how they would be deployed? Or
I would work with, I think Mr. Irish would work with director of special ed and district nurse on looking at how best to serve the needs of the district in all the schools.
Great. I think, thank you so much for your answers. I know that I didn't pre-submit my questions. I tried to make them softballs at least.
That's fine.
It's my opinion, seeing these numbers, hearing from our staff, that 4 is probably not enough for a district of size. I mean, if it's at the pleasure of the board, I'd kind of like to see this come back to us with an analysis of how many health techs we should have, or at least can afford, and then maybe begin the process of adding them if possible. That's my opinion. I'm throwing it out there. I'd like to see if there's some consensus among my fellow board members.
I just add one more question, Mr. Spalding. Will these health techs be required to drive, and will they be paid mileage as a result?
The health techs do drive, and I believe they do receive mileage because they drive their car to school sites. I will double check on that. And I would just like to throw this out there for the trustees and the community. Going back to the job description, the primary job of the health technicians is not necessarily first aid of the students. So it is more of the paperwork aspect, not that saying that's not important. In 2015, I believe only had 2 technicians. In 2015, we hired additional 2 health technicians, if I am correct, as well as an additional district nurse. Now we have 2 district nurses and 4 health technicians. If I may, I would like to at least have a conversation with Superintendent Moore and Mr. Irish on some possibilities to bring to the board for decision in the future with an analysis of other nearby districts with similar population, what they do to support the students and the office staff in dealing with first aid, as well as with the COVID-19 implications for the 2021 school year.
One more.
What I was asking.
One more question, Mr. Spalding. Are these health techs in any way licensed through the state, or have some sort of, what is their background that you expect to see for this position?
So
I don't.
Yeah, I can help a little bit with the training. Is that what you're asking, Trustee Richardson? What training do we provide?
Yeah, what preparation do they bring, when they go apply? What do we look for as a qualification?
Go ahead, Dr. Spalding.
Yeah, I can do that. There is a job description for each of our positions, and the job description is what we use, and there is qualifications and or certifications on the bottom of the job description. So for example, I can say I don't have the health technician job description right in front of me. It is on the district website under Human Resources Department under classified positions that you can look at. I'll be happy to get that to the Board of Trustees. But we use what is on the job description for their certification, licensing, any of that nature. And then we also provide additional professional development throughout the year or workshops as needed, as well as trainings.
Thank you.
Vice President Flores.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Dr. Spalding. I did submit my questions, so let's take a walk around the wonderful world of health technicians. First of all, let's rewind. I fully support Trustee Baker's request. I think that's really important, and that's really where I'm going to drive a lot of my questions and concerns. I first wanted to know, obviously there's going to be, we don't even have to discuss it here, there's going to be a demand for folks in the health field as schools return for reopening. And I want to allude to, I believe, a question that was submitted by a trustee as well. I go back to Governor Newsom's, when we initially, back in March, he started reaching out to nursing students, medical students, everyone and anyone, come to the emergency rooms. We're going to get you in there. We need all health allied folks, etc. I want us to start thinking when we start hiring, because absolutely we need more health technicians, if we could outreach to the nursing schools, to the medical assisting programs, to the certified nursing assistants, etc. Because I feel that as we go back, these are the folks that we're really going to need and use. And I also, talking about, and I have the qualifications and the job descriptions right in front of me, it's interesting to note that, you know, part of it, it says the ability to provide consultation, clean and sterile treatments and techniques. It also says things like basically some health related aspects. So you're saying that it's more administrative, more paperwork, et cetera. So I'm almost curious to what Trustee Lujan brought up. Maybe we need to redefine these roles and create more of a health administrative assistant and an actual health technician that is actually focusing more on health concepts. She brought up the term health aid. Maybe that could be something. Because I feel that, first of all, I have heard it loud and clear, just like Trustee Baker shared, our school secretaries should not be doing this job. It's completely, utterly, wholeheartedly unfair for them to take on this aside from everything else that they're supporting to essentially run a school. Many times during the school visits, which we all go to, the principals directly point out to the school secretary and say, this is the person that runs our school, basically, because of this individual, we're glued together. And I believe it, you know. And to add to that individual, all these extra roles, for example, during a typical week, we have 4 health service technicians, right? And each one of them is assigned about, 4 schools. I'm wondering what happens, you know, when they're driving between schools, or what happens when they're at one site versus another. I saw that in the schedule. Many of them are probably correlated geographically. So for example, someone does Alta Loma, does Westboro, does Bury, does Monteverde. Kind of makes sense at that level. But I feel like in a week, 5 days, and I believe it was only, is it correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, they spend 1 day per school a week? Dr. Spalding?
That is my understanding, yes.
Right. So I just feel like absolutely to Trustee Baker's point, I don't think even, you know, 3, and I bring up the number 3 because in the upcoming budget, you will see Mr. O allude to 3 health technicians. I don't think 3, and I don't think 4 is really going to cut it. The other point I wanted to bring out, aside from reaching out into hiring practices into, you know, our nearby colleges, medical, nursing schools, etc., Skyline, CSM, Cañada, is also to explore the possibility of perhaps doing part-time. Maybe we can get a part-time of this role, not necessarily a full-time, so that we can balance out. 2 part-times could leverage, but I just don't see that right now, each one having 4. If we bring up 3 more, that would make it 7. 7 divided by 16, that's still 2.2. It's a lot, I think, for the health technician, especially right now with COVID and reopening coming back. I guess it was more of a comment, but I just wanted to allude to these points. I also wanted to ask in terms of, you talked about a room where we kind of will keep students that are a little sick or they're becoming under the weather, et cetera. Is that also the room that we're thinking where we're going to separate students, or has it been discussed in terms of those that we see that have a higher temperature when we do the morning initial temperature screenings? Has there been discussion about what that looks like in the morning, the temperature checks? And I'm going maybe to Mr. Irish or Mr. O. Either task force has talked about this.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, we haven't gotten into the details yet on that, but you know, right now we did have the discussion on the number of health technicians needed, and there's a wide range between 0 to 1 at each school. You know, between the task force members. So what I basically did is, based on what's left over in the funding, I was only able to put in 3 as a designation in the budget. So that's why that's how the 3 came about, because that's what I also share with the committee, that you know, because the reduction in funding or projected reduction in funding, we can only put in 2 for now, 3 for now, and only for a 2-year period until we know what the funding would look like, you know, after January of 2021 or later.
And thank you, Mr. O. And again, I respect your opinion on that, but I will have to respectfully disagree. I don't think we're at 2, and I don't think we're at 3. I think we need to absolutely push for more. And I don't want just Trustee Baker's and my voice to reemphasize that. That's why I think an analysis would really help to state the case, because I think this is not going to cut it for us, honestly. I appreciate the table that was shared in terms of February. I requested additional data in terms of 6 months or other means to be able to capture a bigger picture. I was told that that's all you guys were able to provide. I hear that you guys are saying that this is the only way that we can track via a paper input format. I would definitely, again, with all due respect, encourage folks to look into, you know, our cloud mechanisms, Google Cloud, et cetera. We need this data right now. Time and time again, this is important because it's health information. We need to know why the health visits to the health office are happening, how often, you know, what's the wait time. I mean, these are things that emergency rooms know, stats like that. We need to know also if this validates additional, which I know the answer is yes, obviously, but I think this is important information for us to really, you know, unpack and really take a closer look. Because I think if we're thinking that the health technician is going to be the one-all, the be-all, the one that's going to carry the masks and issue the gloves and carry the hand sanitizer and take the temperatures, that's unrealistic too. And I'm not saying that anyone is. I'm just giving an example of how stretched I believe these people are. I also think that it's important to understand that I also think that, sorry, my watch is thinking, Siri's thinking I'm talking to her. I also think that when we start to create, I guess, a newer or revised job description, we also should really emphasize on these health technicians or the nurse that oversees them to really be able to understand the health orders that are also coming from our county and from you know, individuals that are making the health decisions. So because I know parents are going to be asking individuals at that level at our different sites, what's this, can they do this, can they do that? That's where the task force is not going to be, right? That's where probably none of us are going to be there. It's going to be the principal, the school secretary, and this health individual, and they're not going to have obviously all the answers. So I want us to really look into this further. I appreciate this presentation because it really uncovers the beginning of what I think we need to really, again, as I said earlier, looking closer, because this is an important role. And if we feel that we need student safety to be our top priority, I think we need to start with this, aside from obviously what probably they're already taking care of. Medications, you know, our special needs students, folks that need, you know, the daily check-ins, etc. So I appreciate all the answers that were provided, and I think the rest of the board were shared on this too. But I would support us coming back and touching this topic at a future meeting and look at it closer. Thank you.
Okay. My only question was, and I didn't ask in advance, I'm sorry, but the data that you got, does that include the children that or the students that come into the office and get medication?
That list is everybody who came into the office on those days. So it could have been anything from getting medication to getting an ice bag to being sick and waiting for their parent to pick them up. Like I said, I'd asked for the principals to have their administrative assistant scan and send me their paper copies, and I hand tabulate them. So that's how it happened. And so if I appreciate what is being asked, even if we're using a Google Doc, somebody still has to input the data, and it typically falls on the admin assistant to input the data. Typically it's not the health technician, it's been the admin assistant. So it would be another task for them because they do not do anything other than take the piece of paper and put it in a binder for the next day. And so they have a binder for the end of the year.
Okay. Okay, so so I look forward to the safety task force and their recommendations. But I believe the directive was that health techs and/or other possibilities to meet our first aid and COVID-19 needs, an analysis on that. So is it at the pleasure of the board? I think Vice President Flores said yes. Trustee Baker recommended it. Trustee Richardson? You're muted.
Yes, I agree with that assessment so far, that we would probably need more. But Mr. O is the diligent watchdog of our dollars, so we need to pay attention very closely. But yes, the need is greater than what we can probably afford, but yes, we should continue. Proceed, President Murray.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes, I fully support that. As I think of what might be helpful, because I really like the recommendation of looking at health technicians and potentially other positions, just because I do want to be mindful of the budget. What might be helpful is just what the average salary would be, so we can kind of be mindful of, oh, if we went the health aid route, while it's not having a full-on health technician, and it might mean creating a new position, we can kind of do a cost analysis while we're comparing the position itself.
Great, thank you.
Understood.
Okay, so we have a board directive. Moving on, in accordance with the Brown Act, since board members are video conferencing during this meeting, all items require a roll call vote. And actually, I'm talking about the consent agenda. The following items are submitted for board approval. One motion will authorize action for those items so designated. Are there any?
Through the chair, can I pull item 2A?
2A, okay. Do I have a motion to, accept the rest of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Oh, sorry.
I'll second, except for 2A.
Except for 2A. Roll call vote?
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes. Okay, motion carried. Item 2A.
I have no questions. I just need to abstain from the vote due to one of the employees being hired. So someone else wants to make, if there's discussion, I'll turn off and exit the meeting. But if there's no discussion, then I'll just mute myself.
Okay, do I have a motion to accept item 2A?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, roll call?
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes. Thank you so much. Motion carried. Thank you so much. So our next item is another information and discussion item for on the reopening of the schools.
Thank you, President Murray. So the turnaround time from last board meeting to this time, we just did not have a chance to put together a presentation, but we wanted to keep the board well informed and updated. And so we have a verbal report for you, and it will be brief and concise. I know we have the preliminary budget coming up. So we, for the work that I'm doing with our parent focus group, we invited 45 of our families to participate in our parents focus group. On Monday, we shared with them a lot of different information that we wanted them to read and familiarize themselves with. So they received our parent survey data, the executive summary resource from San Mateo County Office of Education. We shared the board video of our study session last Thursday and gave them the specific time to watch, which is us talking about the reopening of school plan. We also gave them just a copy of the PowerPoint because there were live links so that they could click and actually open up and see more of the schedule that we were offering. And so we asked them to review that prior to our meeting. And so we launched our focus group today with our families, and we had 18, I believe 18 who were participating for today, and we recorded it and we'll be sending that information to them as well. And you know, the feedback already, some of them jumped on the homework assignment that we gave, and just the feedback that we're getting right now of things for us to consider, just amazing questions that they are presenting and coming with a problem-solving lens. And so we met with the team, and we just have a dynamic group of parents who are very conscientious and really thinking about what things we may want to consider. And so some are in the engineering field, some are in the medical field, some are working for biotechnology companies. And so it's been really nice to have a wide representation. And so we did, of all the schools, I heard earlier in one of the comments that it wasn't reflective, our task force weren't reflective. So we made a point to really balance it across our schools. So every school has representation with the exception of Baden, which I've reached out to see if there are any interested parents that might want to participate. We also specifically reached out to our DLAC and our APAC and our Title I schools and the specifically Spanish-speaking parents to elicit their involvement as well. And so the board has also received some communications from some of our community about the plan that was shared last week. And so those who shared with me, I made sure I shared that with cabinet so that we can take that into consideration. We are also taking the feedback from our colleagues as they are writing. They're responding to a prompt that we gave our parents to really look at our plan through the lens of equity and to give us additional insights, questions, things that they think are omitted, or considerations. And so we have a lot that we are going through right now, and we encourage them to continue to submit information. The other part is that we have reached out. We know that childcare is an issue. I shared at the last board meeting that we were proactive in reaching out to the Boys and Girls Club as well as our city colleagues, and we have a meeting with them. I believe it's the first full week of July. So we're coordinating our calendars now to meet with them so we can start figuring out how are we going to make this work. And so I'm just really excited that slowly but surely we're able to really leverage and work with our partners to support our entire community. So that is my part. I will turn it over now to Mr. Irish.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Good evening, President Murray, members of the board, community. Keith Irish, Assistant Superintendent, Educational Services for the district. Just a couple, just general comments. We've heard since last study session, which I really appreciate, our communities actively engaging in our community forums around our reopening of schools. And I want to thank them for emailing us, staff for paying attention and emailing. But what I'd like to ask the board, as we heard tonight with lots of the comments were on reopening of schools. I'm asking the board if they're okay, if we can move forward with preliminary schedules to get it out to parents and staff. So then we can start working on the fine details that parents and staff are asking us to work on. In particular, we know that there's some families due to either health conditions, health reasons, or their own personal preference that they might want to choose 100% distance learning for the school year. That would really assist the district in terms of what instructional model we're going to do, and more importantly, making sure that we here in South City have set up a program to actually ensure the curriculum's in alignment with the district and do the training for the staff that's going to assist them and be their distance learning teacher. We also heard lots of feedback around variations of the schedule. And what I want to say is the more eyes that we see and the more questions that we get will help us to refine to make the schedule meet the needs of all students. So there's flexibility in terms of certain grade levels being in person more than the others, but we have to have the general framework of the schedule and get an idea which parents are comfortable to come back in August 12th with our distance, hybrid, or in person with us, and which parents are not at this point, or due to health conditions or things that are going on at home or with their students need distance learning. So I guess in the long and the short, what I'm asking and what I'm proposing to the board is, and what I want the community to hear is, if we start sending out schedules, it doesn't mean it's the end all be all, that is the schedule. What we're trying to do is to get more information so we can fine tune the schedule, because we won't really be able to make a determination on the instructional model until we monitor health data that's closer to the start of the school year. And there's so many factors around nutrition. You know, our nutrition services department needs time to set up. I mean, obviously Dr. Spalding is asking and getting recommendations from us around key negotiations. I'm sure CTA, CSEA, AFT, all of our bargaining units want to start those discussions. And I really think if we have a schedule, then we have something that we're discussing so we can negotiate and we can help our parents. I'm a parent too with childcare. You heard Dr. Moore mention that we are working with our community partners, but we need to be able to talk to our community partners and say, this is what we need. So I know I'm asking a lot. I don't have all the answers. Like we heard tonight through the public comment, we've got wide range of opinions. We are not going to be able to make a schedule that meets everyone's needs, but I want to try with the board to meet as most and try to think of every scenario possible so we can help our families and help our students and of course help our staff. So that's really all I'm asking. And the second is we're having a task force meeting, teaching and learning on Monday. One to just re-summarize here in case there's a directive from the board on certain things, but then we're starting to go into, we've heard a lot about expectations from the parents, from the students and the staff around distance learning and hybrid, and that's what we're going to start working on. So again, we can give recommendations so we can start those processes. So I just want to say thank you to all the staff that's been participating, watching, all the community. We appreciate all the input. It's been, like everyone said, it's difficult. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. So
Let's have Mr. O and then Dr. Spalding, please.
Got it. Okay.
All right, good evening. So last Friday, the Health, Safety, and Security Reopening of School Task Force, the members made the final changes to the 4 drafts of the 4 written plans, which is the 100% distant learning, 100% in-person learning, the hybrid 1, which is the split week, and the hybrid 2, which is split student that I mentioned in last week. So right now, the business services leadership team from directors from facility, nutrition services, technology, and physical services are reviewing the suggestions and recommendations, and also refining the written plans, during the next couple of weeks. And at the same time, I'll be also reviewing to make sure I add my thoughts and suggestions to that as well too, at the same time. But to save time, we know this is a rush. So my directors has been already working on some of the items in the plan already that we know that will be needed. For example, we're researching vendors to order various signs to be placed at each school, so it's consistent throughout the district. So that's one of the things that they're doing right now. For example, like social distancing signs, hand washing, and other requirements, those kind of signs. We're also looking into purchasing additional disinfectant spray guns. We have one of those, and it really helps to really disinfect the school very quickly, the entire school. So we're purchasing one for each school, so that way we can really quickly disinfect an entire school very quickly. We're also researching the touchless stand-up hand sanitizer station, so that way it can be placed, very easily for parents, students, and community members that come by the school to have access to that. We're thinking possibly at least the minimum is one at each of the main office entrance, so everyone can sanitize their hands before even coming into the main office. We're also purchasing additional personal protective equipment, such as face masks, face shields, infrared thermometers, hand sanitizer, disinfecting wipes, and all the different items right now as well too. And another thing we're doing also is we're looking at purchasing and installing the plexiglass at the school. So we're looking at that, where they will be installed and how is, which area location will be needed. So that's being done at the same time right now too. And we're also to place 2 large orders for laptops as well. So just to be sure that we have sufficient, laptops for all the students when they return in the fall, in case some of them, gets broken or is needed. We don't need to place the order because it takes a long time because so many districts are ordering those. They're usually on back order. It takes a while before they get here. So we're pre-purchasing them ahead of time, so that way we have them available. And so we're also working on, probably some in the future, some safety trainings to ensure that everyone is following the requirements when they come into the school and be knowledgeable of the safety requirements as well. So we'll be kind of looking at some of that as well too. And then another thing we'll probably also look at is in facilities like where the floor markings are for people to stand, 6 feet apart. So, so we'll look at also the floor markings as well. So those are some of the things we're doing at the same time as reviewing the plans. So that way we get a head start before some of the other districts, place their orders also too. So that's why we get a head start before everybody else. So that's my update. Thank you. Any questions? Sorry.
Quick.
Go ahead. I was just going to ask if Dr. Spalding could give his, and then we open up for questions.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead then. Go ahead, Mr. Spalding. I just thought we were. Go ahead. Proceed.
Just an update for the Board of Trustees and the community, the Social Emotional Task Force. After our board study session on Thursday, the task force met again on Tuesday and again today. Just a quick review, Cap, Director Sievers and myself are facilitating this committee or task force. We reviewed various plans, return to school pandemic plans from LA County Office of Ed, Santa Clara County Office of Ed, San Mateo County Office of Ed, the state of Maryland, the Association of California School Administrators. We even looked at single district Palo Alto Unified School District's plan. From that plan, we identified some key resources and protocols we wanted to put in place. And prior to the Thursday board study session, the plan was approximately 24 pages long and identified 10 big bucket items. Since that meeting, as of today, we're down to 8 pages of recommendations that we'll be proud to present to the board July 16th. We hope to have it finalized early next week. The big bucket items for social emotional well-being really focus on the social emotional well-being of our students, of our staff, and our parent community. Since COVID-19 is affecting every single person. We're also, a big bucket item is the relationship building between district and site and parents to make sure we have clear communication channels. Another big bucket item is focusing on some of our needy populations, which include our foster youth, our homeless, our special ed, and our English language learners. And probably the two biggest bucket items that are going to have a big impact are, well, actually, another one is behaviorist support. Our two big bucket items are going to be the form of a district crisis response team. Some of our sites have a crisis response team, but really codify a district response team and a site response team and what protocols will be in place during various scenarios, which could include grief counseling based on the COVID-19. And then the last one is professional development for our staff, which really focus on trauma and stress. So trauma-informed instruction and social emotional learning, which are two big bucket items. So we've hung some resources. We've identified if they're in place already or if needed, and the priority. So we hope to have that solidified next Tuesday with that. And just really want to thank the task force for their time. It has been a process of two meetings a week, and really want to stress and appreciate how much we appreciated their time in that support.
Okay, so questions. Trustee Baker. Trustee Baker?
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, first to Dr. Moore, it was good to hear about the additional parents and additional outreach we did last week for the parents. We did have comments on that even tonight. I think we needed more representation in this, and I'm glad to see it's happening. And Mr. Irish actually answered pretty much my questions. When would we have this open for greater public discussion and whittling down? And I do think it's important that we have an online only option for our students who and their families who don't want to come in. And we have teachers who are expressing a similar opinion. We know if we can find some way to match those two cohorts up, I mean, that would work great for us. You know, I gave my opinions on the plans last week. I like the initial hybrids. I would like to see some concerns about the middle schoolers that were brought up tonight addressed. But yeah, my comments tonight are positive ones, and thank you. Well, thanks to the whole cabinet for working on it and coming back to this point. And obviously, we still have a lot of work to do. And as people wrote tonight, we are seeing a spike. You know, we can't assume that things are getting easier. They might get harder in the short term. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Flores.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Moore, for your group, again, that's great that we have this parent group. I would also maybe recommend that we use them as our ambassadors. Mr. Irish is saying, you know, let's get feedback, let's get surveys. Let's have each of these 18 parents turn around and bring us 5 surveys per parent, you know, get them into that community to disseminate to get the feedback. Because if you're saying they come from various walks of life and various communities, I think that would be possibly a good idea. Mr. Irish, I would just recommend that we get several options, not just one or the top 3 to the surveys. Obviously, you, like you said, you can't create A through Z options of schedules, but at least you know, different scenarios so that then we can look at them and say, yeah, you know, there were different ones and not some that are very close, if I'm explaining myself correctly, so that, you know, there's obviously the hybrid, there's the 2 extremes, but there's also modifications to each one of those. And also the timeline as well, right? What happens if in December or September or October, we have to all go back to a heavier restricted phase 1 all over again? What does that look like, right? And what happens to the other models if we are in a hybrid? Do they just get impacted back everyone into remote learning, et cetera, and that sort? For Mr. O, I want to be kind of tie everything together because I've heard Governor Newsom say every school district, 58 counties, Board of Education is we have enough masks, we have enough PPE for every county Board of Education. And then I'm hearing from Superintendent McGee that they have secured as well enough for the local school districts here in San Mateo County. And now I'm hearing you say that you've gone ahead, or the district has gone ahead and purchased. So I want to make sure that all of that is aligned, right? And that we're not double dipping or having spoken to each other. Obviously, I'm sure you have, and I believe you're working with San Mateo County Office of Education in all those purchasing. That's number one. Number two, can we prioritize Hillside Children's Center and work with the Big Lift folks at Los Cerritos and Spruce with this material PPE that you just mentioned that you purchased? I don't know if it has arrived yet or as soon as, or if we could put a rush on it for those 3 sites. That's number two. And then lastly, my number 3 is, I wanna, again, I think I had asked in a previous board meeting as a future agenda item, I really want the board to be presented with a whole COVID budget. I really want to understand where the donations came in for Chromebooks, where the money went, how much do we have in our spending amounts, how much do we have in terms of hotspots, like where are we? If you're saying we purchased all these, great. I love it that we're on the money, because I even was talking about buying thermometers even before it was a thing, right? I think I started talking about it in our weekly meetings about March, about let's get into thermometers. And I'm glad we've secured all these things, but I want to see where the money is. I want to make sure, and not necessarily how it applies to general fund, et cetera. I want to specifically see, because I know we've received donations and just the COVID budget, if I could, and I'll bring that up later at the end of the meeting. So if you could answer the first 2, Mr. O, thank you.
Okay, yeah, those are good questions. Yeah, we actually have a good supply of actually the PPE already. For example, like face masks, we have a couple of thousands of those face masks on hand already. So I think there might be a missing communication, because Wences, what we had to do is we had to put it in a secure place, so that way it doesn't disappear. So I think maybe the site is not aware that Wences is the one who's overseeing all the equipment. So I think maybe we need to communicate to them that we do have the supplies already. It's a matter of talking to the right person to get the supplies to the site. So I think that's one of the items that needs clarification. So the county office, actually, they work together with SMICS or property liability insurance. The 2 of them order for all the school districts in San Mateo County the PPE equipment. So for us, for example, we place the order. For example, like face masks, we order around 20,000. So what I heard from Nancy McKee is that the state might provide up to 2 months of PPE equipment, but we don't really know what it is, how much each school district is getting. We don't have all that detail. So I went ahead and still place a large order through the county office and SMICS, and by doing a large order, they're able to get the equipment much cheaper. We also get a good discount. For example, if we were to buy the infrared thermometers, those are around $75, $85 each. But ordered through the county office, we got it for like 60, close to $70 each. So this a discount. So we ordered about 100 of those, just to have in hand, before they run out. So and then also face shields, disinfectant wipes. Those are all. They actually came up with a list of items that all the districts in San Mateo County can order. So it's up to us how many we will order. So I wanted to make sure we have enough. So I placed some pretty big orders on each of the items. My understanding, the last I heard is, the face masks, the 20,000 face masks, and I think the disinfectant wipes, I believe those, or thermometers, those supposed to come end of this month, but I haven't heard yet. But that's what they told me the last time. And the other item is coming July or August. So, but we do have, we have around like 6. We did buy prior to the county office order, we did purchase around like 6, 7, infrared thermometers at the district office. We have that in hand already. So we have those already. So I think, yes. I think,
thank you. No, I appreciate it. That covers the questions. Can we then, if you're saying that they might come in till July, late July or early August, could then we look into some way that we could prioritize the sites that are open right now in the summer and at least get them something in terms of thermometers, etc., while we wait for the big shipment to arrive?
yes, I'll talk to Ms. Wences to make sure they get some supplies right now.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Your third question about the funding. So there is multiple parts of funding. One from the state and possibly 3 from the feds. The only one I know right now for sure is we did receive the amount from the state, which is $141,520. So that's the funding we received from the state, and there is some parts of federal funding, but right now we don't have the details in what they can be really used for. So one that we know we're getting about, before it was estimated at $650,000 for the ESSER funding from the feds, but now we have a little more information. We're looking at maybe estimating $692,611 now. So it's a little bit more than what was originally estimated, but this is still preliminary at this time. And there's 2 more parts of federal money, but that one we don't have the exact amount or the exact use. This is related to COVID-19, but they don't spell the details. So we don't know, can that be used for salaries, for example, for the health technicians, or what can it be used for? We don't have the details for that yet. So, but we're expecting those 2 additional parts of federal funding as well too.
Thank you, Mr. O. Get out of my head, because that's exactly where I was going with it, to see where in the COVID budget we could look into to support health technicians or health aides, etc. So that's why I was tying both of them. And I look forward to hearing more on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I have a comment through the chair. Thank you, Mr. O. I was listening to the comments that were read by Trustee Baker, but I wanted to get your input. There's appears to be an opinion out there that we don't have enough, will we have enough cleaning products for our people to use when we open up school? There seems to be a confusion, I believe, that people in the Big Lift program are the ones that isn't that program run by the city? And aren't they responsible for all their custodian and cleaning supplies?
Well, the Big Lift program, also there's also a cash and match. So the district does have to contribute part of it. I think it's 10% of what the grant amount that we receive from them. We also need to contribute 10% of that amount toward the program. So it could be partly the custodian's salary, the principal's salary. So it's about 10% of the total grant. So it might be also part of that as well too.
But I was hearing from this caller, and I just wanted to separate the 2 rumors, apparently, that that we don't have enough custodial staff to clean our schools, and that we will, and I wanted to ensure that the public understands that the Big Lift program is primarily run by the city. And if we have something correct, I'm just want you to verify that for me.
County, not city.
So good evening, Trustee Richardson. For clarification, I just want to be clear, the BLISS program is a joint effort between the San Mateo County Office of Education and the Silicon Valley Community Foundation and participating districts. So like Mr. O said, we do have a cash match. The masks and all of the PPE, the plan that the Big Lift created with their safety protocols was in alignment with the San Mateo County Office pandemic plan.
Oh, okay,
Silicon
I see.
Valley Community Foundation also assisted in buying masks for staff before the program started. Really, the big issue that we had was there's not clear guidance around face coverings for younger students in class, and that is what we've been trying to work out together. So when we started the program, just to be upfront and transparent, there was no requirement for students to wear face coverings in class. We addressed that concern from staff after we had the issue and parents, and we've sent out additional guidance, and we're working on increasing the amount, as Dr. Moore has mentioned, in guidance with the San Mateo County pandemic plan guidelines about the amount of instructional time a student should be wearing face coverings. We're also trying to communicate to the parents to say, please practice, like Dr. Morris said, at home with your student, because we would love to get to 100% sooner rather than later. And the safety committee, I'm sure, is considering, as well as we are, the teaching and learning committee, do we want to make a change for our own for next year when we start the school year? And again, we'd have to put that in place, saying, yes, we know what the guidance is, but in South City, I'm not saying we are, but in South City, we are going to push and try to get all students and staff to wear face masks all the time in there, except for these, reasons, health conditions, students that are a little younger that need a little more support in terms of wearing their face coverings in class. So we've learned some things from the big lift that we can make some changes, but I just wanted to be clear that it is a joint partnership between the three entities. Trustee Richardson, so thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Richardson, anything else?
No, that's just left me a little more confused. Thank you. But I appreciate you explained it very well, that I'm a little less confused. Thank you, Mr. Irish.
Remember, summer was to be fair to staff and to be fair to the public. This is new. We did our best in terms of the pandemic plan, implementing it. I want to give lots, you heard, Denise Steffi, who works as one of our leaders in the big lift, the public comment, the importance of in-person and what she's observing with learning loss. So that's the balance that we're all struggling as school districts. The learning loss that we know is happening versus in-person versus safety, what's the best thing? And we have, as you can tell, varied opinions on where we need to go with that. So we will navigate through those waters together.
Lots of varied opinions. Trustee Lujan.
Thank you, President Murray. So first, like my fellow trustees, I do just want to begin with a huge thanks to all staff for your work and to all of the task force. You have a tremendous task ahead of you, and it's very rewarding to hear the updates coming as fast as they are. I mean, we've only just talked about this topic last week, and already there's new information. So thank you very much. Mr. Irish, at one point in your presentation, you asked, do you have support from us to move forward with scheduling? And I did want to just definitely address that. For me personally, I can't speak on behalf of all of the board, but yes, I do feel very comfortable with moving forward with scheduling for a variety of reasons. Want to give kudos to Dr. Moore for being proactive with reaching out with our child care partners. From what I understand from a couple of our child care partners, they were very tuned in to last week. They're already busy thinking, they're excited, and they want to engage in that conversation. The last thing I want for them or our parents or any staff member is for us to suddenly derail. So I like the forward progress and would like to see that continue. I did want to be mindful of the middle school comments. So if there's a way that staff can work with kind of unpacking that and seeing if there is a better way to kind of address some of the concerns that are popping up, that would be great. Middle school is a very unique time. And so if there is something, a different an adjustment that needs to be made, I definitely would want to support students, staff, and families with that. And this was mentioned as well already, the online option. I do like if there is a possibility of online, one for families that don't feel comfortable coming back, and for staff that may be concerned about coming back for a variety of reasons. And then I think that also, just in the event that we do need to transition back to full distance ever again, at least we do have some, like we already have some local experts in that sense who are already engaged in that work, and we can do practice sharing. One consideration just to throw out, Dr. Spalding mentioned Palo Alto, and one thing that came up that was very interesting in Palo Alto as they selected their distance learning teachers is they actually had teachers apply. So that way, if you have health data that you don't necessarily feel comfortable sharing because of HIPAA, you don't necessarily have to publicly share that. You can apply to become a distance teacher. So that may be something for consideration. And I think that covers everything that was bumbling in my head. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I think that we were looking for direction. And so what I'm hearing from you, Trustee Lujan, is that you're comfortable with us moving forward with scheduling, addressing the concerns of middle school, and with some online options for teachers and students. I think I heard part of that from Trustee Baker as well. Would you like to add anything?
I think that you've covered it.
Okay. Vice President Flores?
What are you asking me?
So if they're looking for direction. Mr. Irish was looking for direction. So I think the direction at this point is that he moved forward with scheduling, addressing the concerns of middle school, and looking at online options for teachers and students.
Yes, I shared my I think, Mr. Irish, you got what I said in terms of options. Yeah, thank you.
Start surveying, start filling out the information, do a quick little information video, an FAQ, and let's start getting a sense where our families and staff are. And then I just heard a great suggestion from Trustee Lujan to have an application process that we can then, one, be mindful of staff sharing certain information, and two, will help us with if we happen to have more staff interested than spots available. So thank you for that.
Okay, and Trustee Richardson.
I concur with the rest, and I appreciate
Okay, so
their input.
our direction is to move forward with scheduling and addressing the concerns of middle school, online only options for teachers and students. And we like the idea of the application process for online only. Any other questions? If not, we will move on. Okay, thank you. So at this point, we're going to
budget.
Does anybody want to take a 5-minute break? Because we're moving into a public hearing and then 20 action items. So do I have a motion or do we need a motion? Or just
Need a motion. You could just declare it as president, and I'd be supportive just for anyone who doesn't want to admit they need to use the bathroom right now.
Okay, a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. Is everybody back? We'll wait a few seconds more. Okay. Trustee Richardson, Vice President Flores, are we back? Cute mask. Let's see. By the way, thank you everybody. Superintendent Moore, Mr. Irish, Mr. O, Dr. Spalding, thank you all for all your work on this and moving us forward in a really, really smart way. And I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Murray. We appreciate it. We appreciate the support and the collaborative effort of us working together.
Me too. Okay, so we're almost all back. Trustee Richardson.
Was that 5 minutes? Oh my goodness, felt like 3 minutes.
Well, I hope you had
I'm
a
gonna have
chance
to demand a union break.
stand up and walk around. Okay.
Oops.
So with that, I am going to adjourn out of our regular meeting and call for a public hearing. 2020-2021 preliminary budget. A public hearing will provide an opportunity for members of the public to comment on the preliminary 2020-2021 district budget. Okay, Mr. O.
Okay, thank you, President Murray. So this evening, I'll be going over the proposed budget for 2020-21. So due to the COVID-19 recession, this was a very difficult budget to prepare because of the projected loss in funding. The district is projected to lose over 12% of its revenue in 2020-21. So that's pretty significant. Not as significant as the last recession, but still pretty significant in terms of the revenue loss. So I'll go over more detail of this in the coming presentation and how this will impact the budget for next year and as well as the 2 out years as well. Can someone put the presentation on? Is the presentation on there? I don't see it.
Not yet.
Okay.
Oh.
I better hold off then.
Mr. O, we can help you if you need some support.
Okay. Do I supposed to put up there? I thought someone's going to put it up there for me. Let's see. I think I might need some help. I'm not familiar with this platform.
I can hold up that.
Let's see. Oh, somebody's helping. Okay, good.
There we go. There we go.
So we can go to that next slide. Okay, thank you. So, so this is the agenda for tonight. So I'll be providing an overview of what the overview of the presentation, which includes, for example, like the EDCO requirements and also the budget cycle. I'll also go over some of the assumptions we use in preparing the budget for next year as well as the budget for the next 2 years as well. Then we'll look at some of the ending fund balances, what the impact is, and then what the minimum reserve requirements are. And we'll then also look ahead, so what reporting requirements are coming up in the future. So this slide, I provided the education code regarding the budget. So basically, tonight the Board of Trustees will approve this budget, and then it will be submitted to the San Mateo County Office of Education for approval and review before it goes to the CDE, California Department of Education. So I recently found this graphics is a good representation of the annual budget cycle. So we're, so we're starting with the budget adoption, which is taking place tonight. And then after the budget is adopted, the district has 45 days. Well, after the state adopts its budget, because we usually update our budget before the state does. So once the state finalizes its budget, if there's any significant changes to the budget that affects the school district's revenue or expenditures, we provide a revised budget. In the past, there wasn't any need because then usually there's not any significant changes. But this year, because of the recession, there will be a lot of school districts that will be doing a revised 45 days after the state adopts its budget. So then after that, we go to the first interim report. So that report cuts off on October 31st. It provides a snapshot in time as of October 31st, how the budget looks like, and if there's any adjustments that will be needed in order to make sure the district is able to balance its budget in the current year as well as the next 2 years. Then in January 31st, that's the cutoff for the second interim report. And so that's the second snapshot in time to see how well the budget is. Yeah, and is the district able to come to balance its budget for the current as well as the next 2 years. And the first interim report, that's usually presented to the board in the mid-December. And then the second interim report is usually presented to the board for approval in mid-March. And then if during the second interim report, it shows this distress in the district and the district is not able to have positive certification, then they will have to do a third interim report. Luckily, we're in good shape, so we don't have to do one yet, and hopefully not ever. But then, so that's the third interim report, and then right after that, the staff will be working on closing the books, and that starts around beginning of June, and if we usually finish that around August, and then that's what. So after the books are closed, we prepare the what we call the unaudited actuals. And that is presented to the board in around mid-September. And then after that, then the auditors come and to do a final review of our books that we just closed to make sure everything's in compliance. And then they prepare an audit report, which needs to be submitted to the state by mid-December. And then also the auditor will present to the board in mid-January. So that's kind of the whole cycle of the budget. So when we prepare a budget, there's a lot of considerations that we need to make, especially in the current year when there's a recession. There's a lot of things to consider. So these are some of the items that I included in the slide for you. And so these are just some of them. There's a lot more other considerations, but these are some of the important considerations that I think about when I prepare the budget. So within the budget, there's the local control accountability plan, or the LCAP. So districts are required to put aside some funds to provide additional support for the students who are English learners, low-income students, or foster youth homeless. And we call those students unduplicated students. And for 2020-21, the district is required to set aside about 6.1 million as LCAP supplemental funds to support these students. However, the district usually puts amount more than that, and we call it LCAP base. So we do put actually more than what's required of us to set aside the money. So the LCAP is made up of 3 goals and multiple actions under each goal. And normally in a normal year, the LCAP and the budget goes to the board for adoption at the same time. But this is, of course, is an unusual year. And so, and this is due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the governor moved the deadline from July 1st deadline to December 15, 2020. So this evening it will be only for adoption of and public hearing of the 2020-21 budget. So you've seen this slide before. So this slide outlines the vision, the LCAP goals, and the district priorities. It's a nice slide, so I included here just so you can see it. So the purpose is to show that in order to achieve our vision, we have to have goals that gives us something to reach toward in order to create environments where students can amplify the 4 E's, which is our district's vision on the very top. So that's the slide here. Next. So I provided a slide to show just 2 types of funding for school districts. And I think that's very important. So I provided the graphic here to show that. So it compares one is the LCFF funding, which is on the left, and the other one is on the right is the basic A school district funding, which is South San Francisco Unified School District. So these 2 graphics, they do a really good job showing the differences. So LCFF determines school district funding amount, which is the container on the far left. So under LCFF, the district's property tax will go into the container first to fill up part of it. And then if there's any space left over, the district or the state backfills the rest of it to complete the amount that district should be receiving under the LCFF funding formula. So for basic A district, we receive so much property tax that it fills the entire container already, and in fact it goes over the container into another pot. So we're getting a lot more funding than the LCFF school districts. So we get we get to keep all of that, the whole container plus the additional overflow as well. So we're kind of fortunate to be a basic A school district. And only about 10% of the 1,000 school districts in California are basic A districts. So that's not that many. And the state really loves a basic A school district because they basically don't need to contribute any state funding to our school district. So when we prepare the budget and financial report, we need to come up with a set of assumptions. And this is some of the assumptions that we use in preparing next year's budget. So I'm not going to go through them, they're listed for you. So this slide shows our projected revenue for 2020-21 proposed budget. The state requires districts to group these revenue into these following categories so that they are consistent throughout the state. So you go to any school district financial, you will see the same categories. So our total projected revenue is about 108.8 million, and about 88.54% of that is in the LCFF revenue, which is for us a property taxes. And so this is just a pie chart of the same information, so you can see it in a pie chart form. Okay, next slide. And so the next couple of slides, I won't go over it in detail, but I provided what makes up each of the different revenue categories from the earlier slide. So that way you can see what they are. Like the first one is mainly property taxes for the LCFF sources. And then we have the next category, which are the federal sources. That includes like the common ones are Title I, Title II, special ed, those fall into the federal sources. The next one are the other state category, and that includes also, we get some funding for special ed, federal and state. So they're also listed here under state, and the lottery also is listed here as well. Then we have also the other local revenue, which includes like gifts and donations that the community gives to the schools or local grants and other items that are all listed there for you as well. Okay. So this slide shows the proposed expenditures for 2020-21. The state also requires school districts to group them into these following categories. And so the projected expenditures is about 114.5 million. So I'll show you the items that make up these expenditures in the coming slides. And this slide is just the pie chart of the previous information, so you can see it in a pie chart form. So this starts the different expenditure categories. So this is the certificate salaries. So you can see that it includes the teachers, nurses, counselors, administrations, and psychologists. Then we have the classified category, which includes a lot of the technicians, the accounting clerks, para-educators, maintenance workers, custodians, technicians. So they all fall under this category. We also have employee benefits, so like PERS and STIRS, workers' comp and state unemployment insurance, they all fall under that. That relates to the salaries. We have also a books and supplies category, so that includes a lot of the materials, instructional materials, books, equipment, and a lot of the instructional items at the sites. Then we have the cost services and other expenditures. So these are the non-tangible items like services, contracting agreement, utilities, travel expenses, legal bills, that all fall under this category. So capital outlays, so those are like some capital projects or construction projects. So usually we don't charge it to the general fund. We charge it to the facilities fund. So that way, usually the amount is not that large in this category. Then we have other outgo. So this is, for example, we pay the tuition for some students for special ed. So that's the bulk of what is charged to this category. And then transfer out. So that means this is where we transfer some funds out to another fund. So the main item in this one is the portion of the RDA funds that is related to facilities. So we're required to move that out from the general fund to Fund 40, the facilities fund. So that's the bulk of this one. So when we prepare our proposed budget and the interim financial report, so we're also required to prepare the multi-year projection. What that is you have to show what, you have to be able to balance the current year plus the next 2 years after that as well. So these are some of the assumptions we use in preparing the multi-year projection. And it's very similar to the proposed budget. So I'm not going to go through them, but they're listed for you. This slide also shows some additional the assumptions we use in preparing this the multi-year projection. Okay, so I also broke down the revenue expenditures, for unrestricted and those that are restricted. The restricted ones are the related to the categorical programs, and the unrestricted is the non-categorical program ones. So I kind of split the slide just so you can see the figures for the unrestricted here. The next one is, so this one shows the restricted. I said all the categorical programs like Title I, special ed, they're all in this slide. Okay, so this is an important slide. This is where we see that we're able to balance the books for all 3 years. So here, this is a high-level overview of the estimated actuals and next year's proposed budget and the budget for the next 2 years. So those are the 4 columns. The estimated actuals is what we believe our ending fund balance will be. So we're thinking when we close the books, it's going to be around $31 million and $20-40. So that's what we're projecting our ending fund balance will be when we close the book. So that ending fund balance becomes the beginning balance of the proposed budget year, which is 2021. So you see that it becomes the beginning balance. And so this is high level. You can see the revenue and expenditures under each of the years. And so anyway, so you can see that the deficit spending, the negative under net increase, decrease in fund balance, that's very important because of the reduction or projected reduction in revenue. You can see that our deficit spending, the amount that we spend in terms what we spend compared to the revenue received is now, the negative is growing much bigger. You can see from 5.8 million to 7 million to 9.3 million because the projected loss in revenue. So we're basically using our reserve right now to balance the budget each year. So that's very, very dangerous when you see large deficit spending like that. So we're gonna have to really address that in the coming year. The good thing for us is because we have a healthy reserve, we're able to sustain that. I know a lot of school districts might be falling at qualify, they're not able to balance all 3 years right now because they don't have a strong reserve So we're fortunate we have a little time to address the deficit spending. So just like the revenue expenditures, the state requires, the ending fund balance to be broken down into these 5 categories. So that way it's consistent throughout the state for all school districts. So we have non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and undesignated. Those are 5 categories. Okay, so this slide kind of breaks down the ending fund balance from 2 slides ago. You can see, what makes it up. So the district, you can see, the designations includes both the state as well as the district designation, the assigned/designated or the district designations, and so I added one for the additional nurse and one line item for 3 additional health technicians. So I explained earlier, I put that in based on the amount of funding in order to balance the budget. So you can see that on the far right, the last column is all 0 for the salaries. And the reason for that is we're not able to sustain that ongoing. We can only do it for 2 years unless additional funding comes along to be able to cover the salary. So that's why, the far right column is all 0 because we cannot afford to continue those salaries going forward.
I'm sorry, Mr. Earl, can I ask a clarification question on that?
Sure.
Is that also in the 1920 estimated actual?
No, the an additional nurse and the additional health technicians is the new items I added for the proposed budget.
Oh, okay, so I see in 21, 22, that's when it goes up. Got it.
Yes.
Got it. No, thank you.
Okay, sure. So so and also you can see also on the 8.5 million, the property tax repayment. In order for me to balance the budget, I also had to reduce that in 2021-22 and 2022-23 from 8.5 million to 5.4 million to 187,219. So so if ever the county control needs us to repay that, then we would need to use other funds to be able to pay that, because right now there's not enough set aside in the second year out in order to pay for that.
So Mr. O, if I may,
Sure.
Can I ask why we are have a dual immersion and our CIS program right now for the estimated actual for 19 and 20? Actually, for the next 3 years.
Yeah, because I set I set it aside because in case it's the pleasure of the board to continue to go with those programs. I didn't want to lose sight, so I still kept the amount as a designation. I mean, we can decide if we want to remove that or but I didn't want to lose sight of it, so I kind of left it in there so we can see that it's designated.
I mean, I don't want to speak for the rest of my colleagues, but I'm pretty sure that right now that's not the priority during distance learning, especially going into next year. I would rather focus, our attention elsewhere in terms of, certainly there are important programs that the board had requested in previous years, but I don't see that happening in the next 9, 10, 12 months. That's just my take on that.
Yeah, we can. I mean, if the board, decides this is one of the items to remove, then we can adjust that at the first interim financial report. We can remove that. See how it looks like. It's not set in stone. It's just I parked it there for now, just so you can see that it's something that we had in the past.
Mr. O, if I could speak to that follow-up for the immersion program. We had a study session in regards to those and a few other programs, but we never got to it in April. So I understand that, I believe that you recommended to us that those are that amount of money for the dual immersion. You had recommended that we shouldn't continue to fund it, but like you said, you parked it there. But I have no expectation that the district will follow up on this program.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at funding right now, yeah, we do need the funding for more probably some other priority maybe. So it's pleasure of the board. You guys will decide. We can, like I said, we can adjust that at the first interim financial report. You just right now park there, to show that that's where you designated. Yeah.
Well, that was interesting to see that there. Thank you.
No problem. And then one other important item I want to mention is if you look for the second row from the bottom, reserve for economic uncertainties, that's very important. We normally keep a 5% reserve for economic uncertainty. The state requires us to put aside 3%, but we usually do 5% because we're a basic aid district and we only get our property taxes twice a year in 2 months. 2 of the months. And so in between that, we need to have extra money on hand to pay for the payroll and payables. So this is the first time since I've been here that I had to drop that in the second year out, 2022-23, to back to 3% in order to balance the budget. So so that's about a 2.3 million reduction. So we would need another 2.3 million. To bring this back up to 5% eventually. Hopefully there's more revenue coming in. It'll be dangerous if also there's a more further reduction in revenue if this drags on the COVID-19. So just want to point that out that right now I had to drop that down to 3%.
And not sure, it might be Dr. Spalding or not sure who can answer this question, but in terms of the athletic trainers, let's say the scholastic group that is looking at sports, let's say they ban, training for this coming fall and into the school year or whatnot. Are we able to even operate at a minimum our athletic program without the athletic trainers, or is it a requirement? I remember I was going back and forth with this. Dr. Moore, if you can refresh my memory that we needed this in order to be legally
compliant. To be in compliance, yeah. And so that's why we put this here. I mean, our teams have been contracting out to receive the service, and the latest information, I think there was a grand jury report that happened, and then what the information that we got is that we would need to have athletic trainers to be on site for athletics, particularly those contact sports like football, et cetera.
Understood, thank you. But again, Mr. O, that's placeholder. If this program doesn't happen because of COVID, that's something we could look at again, right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's just a placeholder right now. Yes. And this is basically a form that we have to prepare for the accounting office. It basically lists all our designations similar to the previous slide. So it has basically most of the same items. And then just want to let the board know that we, besides all the things I've been talking about for the main operating fund, which is our general fund, we do have also other funds, such as these listed here. Because this requires us to track expenditures. For example, adult ed, they want all revenue expenditures to be tracked under Fund 11. Same with the cafeteria fund for nutritional services. They want everyone in the state to use Fund 13 to track all the revenue expenditures. So these are just the list of the other funds that we have, besides the main general fund that we have. And then looking ahead, so tonight, is the public hearing and adoption of the 2020-21 budget. Then we have the unaudited actuals after we close the books that will come to the board for review on September 2020. And then after that, we go straight into the first interim financial report, which cuts off, I mentioned earlier, October 31st, and comes to the board for approval in mid-December 2020. And that's my presentation. Thank you. I'll open up the questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Let's see. No questions.
Quickly, Mr. O, I just looked at your litigation budget, $8,500,000. What do we expect to be fighting? What kind of court? What do we have to? Why is that a big amount? That seems like a big budget for litigation. Is that what we normally do, or are you just? Can you explain that amount for the litigation column?
Sure. So this came up, I think at least 2 more years ago. So where the Genentech, I guess, disagree with what the county controller assessed their taxes. So right now there's a court battle. Is tied up in the courts and how much the taxes that was paid to the county controller has to be returned to Genentech. So the original estimate amount was around 17 million, and our share is about we estimate about 8.5 million. So this is still an estimate, but because we get the bulk of the property taxes in this county, so that's why we need to set that aside because we don't know when the litigation will be settled. And right now it's being dragged on because the COVID-19, a lot of courts are shut down. So so that's also another reason why it's taking longer too. So, but I did check with the county controller, the office, when I was preparing this budget, and they basically said that it's basically tied up in the courts, and they really don't know when if this will be settled. So that's why I keep it there.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Mr. O, could we go back to slide 28 really quickly? I just want to understand kind of a progression from the multi-year projections.
I closed it. Let me open that back up for everybody.
Yeah, think of that more.
Well, I think you can answer this one without looking. I was wondering where are we basing our ADA numbers? Is that just projections based on past years, or how do we come up with those numbers for the next 3 school years?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we're on a declining enrollment district. So we're projecting a 2% decline in
2%
enrollment in ADA. So basically we take the current year and then reduce it by 2% each year.
Understood. And then the STIRS column and also the COLA, I saw that we were declining for STIRS for the next 2 years, but then we take a huge uptake to 18% on 22-23 year. Why would that be?
Yeah, so what happened is when the 1920 state budget was adopted, Governor Newsom wanted to put some money aside for the ongoing reduction in the STIRS and PERS. But because right now with the COVID-19 and a lot of districts are hurting financially, he took that from all the years and focus it on the next 2 years. So that's why the next 2 years is low. But then after that, it jumps really high because there is no more funding to cover
I'm on slide 28.
There.
Got it. Thank you. That makes sense. And with COLA, I was interested, why is the percentage decreasing for the next 2 school years and then it increases for 22-23 also?
Yeah, this is the information provided to us from school services, which analyze the budget. But what I heard now is that the reduction is removed and then the COLA might be adjusted. I haven't really looked at that. But for us, it really doesn't affect us because we're a basic aid. We don't rely on the LCFF, and the LCFF formula funding is rely upon the COLA there. So for us, I don't pay that much attention because it
understood.
Yeah, it doesn't affect us.
And then the last slide that you talked about are different funds. So where are we drawing our COVID resources from? Is that from our general fund or is that our?
Yeah, so what happened is, when we start spending the fund, and at that time, we didn't know we could get any state money. We know we might get some, but we didn't have any confirmation from the state or anything from the federal. So what I did is I set up a budget in the general fund, unrestricted, to capture all the expenditures that we spend in the COVID-19 area. So once we get the funding, then we're able to transfer those expenditures over to the federal or state funding, to use up the money.
Thank you. And lastly, I just want to thank you, Mr. O. I really appreciate this presentation. I have to say that you make it so easy and so understandable because I have noticed other budget since it's budget season around school district meetings. And through Zoom, I'm able to pop in at various school districts. And you have laid it out so beautifully in terms of breaking down it slide by slide, the chunk of the pie, the slices of the pie. So I really appreciate that because you give it a good, thorough, basic understanding from level one. And you always have done that. Even when I started here on the school board, you have done that. And you have been a really great financial steward for the district. So I really appreciate what you're doing. And this looks very approvable. Thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it helps when you've been doing over 12 years the budget. So I improved it every year. So it gets better every year. So thank you.
Okay.
Baker?
So any other questions?
For the chair.
Okay, Trustee Baker.
Hi, again, Mr. O, I'd like to repeat Vice President Flores' commendations for putting this together and the presentation on it. Technical question in the, we're showing about a $12 million drop in the LCFF. But I'm kind of wondering why it's all showing for next year. Usually these things, especially with property taxes, are delayed a little bit as they get reassessed and because they've already been assessed for this year, et cetera. Yeah, that's probably a good one. Is there a reason why we're putting it so early? I would think it'd be more likely to affect the 21-22 budget as the taxes start becoming due in April.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I did, look at the last recession 10 years ago to see how the impact was to property taxes. And what I look at is from the year before to the year after, the year of the recession, there was a drop of about 29% in property taxes. So the COVID-19 recession, it's hard to tell how much is. I didn't reduce it by 29%, or we wouldn't be able to balance the budget. So I basically only removed the 4%, each year increase in property taxes, and also reduce it by about 4.5, 4.6%, something like that, to match what we received in 18-19, because that looks more logical. So I only basically reduced it, by about 4.5% and removed the ongoing increase of 4%.
Sure. One thing I'd caution about using the prior recession as a model is that a lot of the reevaluations last time were due to foreclosures, and there's more mortgage insurance now. There's a little bit, there's better protections of people. I'm hoping, I appreciate you budgeting conservatively on that. I am hoping that the impact's not going to be as great. And this is, so I hoping we can get through that. Regarding the property tax litigation hold of $8.5 million, which has now been on actually, I think the last 4, if not 5 budgets. Genentech lost their case. And as far as I know, there's still no active appeal about it. I think we need to talk to county council or something, get a updated status. Do we still need to hold that? Because this is $8.5 million that, considering today's interest rate, isn't doing much for just sitting in the bank. We could do some really good with students with that money. And if Genentech does pursue this and starts to claw back its money, I'd hate to see the publicity they get for taking $8.5 million out of a school district that spent the money literally 15 years ago, because this was a reassessment about the 2002, 2003 tax years. I just don't think it would be good for Genentech to pursue this matter further. I'll say that. So I'd like to see that hopefully available for reallocation. I know we've dipped into it from time to time, but restocked it when things came in under cost. I definitely like seeing the new nurse and health techs in. I'm thinking we, based on tonight's discussion, we might not need to program a little bit of that into the 2021 budget, if possible. That was when we were having our health crisis. And, you know, the thing is with budgets is they're a statement of an organization's values. And I think making massive cuts now and it is not something we should be doing when we have significant reserves. We definitely need those extra health personnel, and I think we should make sure we keep those in the budget and find some way to project them out through the 2022-23 school year. And in terms of for the athletic trainers for football, I know every game that I went to over the last several years in this district, there has been an athletic trainer in the budget. Is there some special category of trainer that we've not been using that now needs to be used, or someone with a special credential? Because there's always medical personnel on whether it's the South City or the El Camino sidelines.
If I recall correctly, and I will probably need to circle back with you, we were contracting the service out. They weren't dedicated employees to our school district. And if I recall from the information that we received, we should have dedicated personnel within the school district.
Really, for 10 games a year per school, we need a designated person. We can't just subcontract that out. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a new requirement. That's why we designated, we put the funds aside because of the new requirement.
Thank you.
I was sort of told that a lot of schools have them, and that's why we're kind of like lagging behind, and parents have said to me, we're the only one that doesn't have one. So, and parents did talk to us about that last year. Why do we don't have a trainer for our students? So
yeah,
that's why
the North County school districts, I don't think had it, but when you look at South County, more affluent community, they have it. And so we did have parents that came and really encouraged us to add that line item to our budget.
Yeah.
Trustee Lujan.
Thank you. Mr. O, I just more than anything want to thank you for the presentation. And also really want to thank you for very early on calling out that if like the budget as we see it right now, as what you've presented, is a projection. It is a hypothetical of what we think we will receive in property tax and what we think the state's going to do. And things can change. As we all know, we're in an incredibly fluid situation. So I really appreciate you calling out very early on that if something comes in drastically different, then there is the opportunity to submit a revised budget. And also want to echo just some of the statements that were made, that it's important to have vision and it's important to move forward, but sometimes circumstances change. And right now at this point in time, the health and well-being of our staff and our students is definitely a priority. So I do want to commend you for looking at where are opportunities that we can look at cost savings. It's never fun to hope, to build a budget on hope and then suddenly have reality come in and then face hard decisions like school closures or laying off massive amounts of staff. So I really want to commend you for your forward thinking. And I will hold on to the hope that budgets do come in better and we have the opportunity to revise things. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, so my hope is that, you know, that when we get more information on the federal funding that's coming, hopefully it'll be a good significant amount that we can use that. Hopefully they'll allow us to use that to also pay for some of the salaries. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for.
Thank you, Mr. O.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I too would like to thank you and your staff, not only for being forward thinking, but for the thoughtfulness that you put into your budget. It's reflective of, I think it's reflective of what we as a board value for the most part. And you've built it in even before we asked you to. And I appreciate that. If there are no other questions, then I will close the public meeting. I will adjourn the public meeting and reconvene the regular meeting. So, okay, we have a number of action items. So I will start with childcare contract CCTR-0252 and resolution number 20-49. Staff recommends the approval of the Department of Education California State Preschool Program contract CCTR-0252 to provide childcare and development services, and the adoption of resolution number 20-49 authorizing designated district personnel to sign contract documents for FY 2020-2021. Do I have a motion?
So moved and waive the reading.
Okay. Second? Anybody? Okay. Any discussion? Okay, with that, can we get a roll call?
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, motion carried. Okay, childcare contract CSPP-0545 and resolution number 20-50. Staff recommends the approval of the Department of Education California State Preschool Program contract CSPP-0545 to provide childcare and development services, and the adoption of resolution number 20-50 authorizing designated district personnel to sign contract documents for FY 2020-2021. Do I have a motion?
So moved and
So
waive the
moved.
reading.
Second?
I second,
Okay, any
but
discussion?
I had a question though.
Okay.
Quickly, I just want to know, is it only one signature required in this resolution, or is it only the superintendent that's designated to sign?
Yeah, only one signature is required, and typically it is the superintendent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so roll call?
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
26.
Yes, motion carried.
26.
Next, resolution number 20-52, denouncing racism and reaffirming equity through anti-racist actions and commitments. Staff recommends the adoption of resolution 20-52 in support, denouncing racism and reaffirming equity through anti-racist actions and commitments.
I'd like to introduce the resolution, read it into the record.
Okay, thank you.
And it's a long, bear with me, everybody. South San Francisco Unified School District Resolution 20-52, denouncing racism and reaffirming equity through anti-racist actions and commitments. Whereas since our nation's inception, institutional and structural racism and injustice have led to deepening racial disparities across all sectors of society and have lasting negative consequences for our communities, cities, and nation, robbing countless lives and futures of people of color. And whereas the South San Francisco Unified School District's Board of Trustees recognize all human beings are born free, are equal in dignity and rights, and have the potential to contribute constructively to the development of society. And whereas the recent killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and other Black Americans demonstrates the ongoing systematic bias and institutional racism in American society, and highlight our nation's history of violence, racism, and disregard for the humanity, dignity, and lives of students, families, and communities of color, calling upon us to speak out, take action, and confirm our resolve to work for a change and fight for a better world for our children. And whereas dismantling the unchecked institutional racism that abounds in our educational system is a key lever for creating more equitable and anti-racist community, nation, and world, whereas racism racial bias and bigotry in American schools and communities negatively affects students of color and their families, often relegating them to school systems with fewer resources and opportunities and hindering their ability to access and benefit from public education the same way other students do. And whereas schools have an important role to play in examining and addressing policies and procedures that are racist and hold back students of color instead of nurturing their intelligence and protecting their futures. And whereas our public schools are facilitators of the limitless growth potential of all people, with the change to instill in our youth a belief that every person deserves to live with dignity, be valued for their humanity, and treated ethically. And whereas understanding racism, racial injustice, and racial inequality in America is an integral to understanding both the myth of meritocracy in the United States and the everyday experiences of people with color. And whereas it is essential to teach the experiences, honor the history, and highlight the contributions of Black people through history and/or ethnic studies, while ensuring that every Black person has the social, economic, and political power to thrive. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the disproportionate physical, mental, and financial toll on Brown, Black, and Indigenous communities, now therefore be it resolved that the South San Francisco Unified School District Board of Trustees stands firmly against bigotry, prejudice, discrimination, and inequity in all forms, both institutional and individual, and wishes to affirm its commitment to the well-being and safety of Black community members and let them know they are not alone and that our district stands in solidarity with them and their struggle for justice. Be it further resolved that the South San Francisco Unified School District Board of Trustees will not tolerate racist treatment of any members of our community. We will speak out against racism and systematic oppression in our society to help stop the spread of bigotry, affirming our commitment to the safety and well-being of our students and combating racial biases, microaggressions, racial profiling, and hate crimes in our government systems and school district. And be it further resolved that the South San Francisco Unified School District Board of Trustees is committing ourselves to eradicating institutional racism in our schools and eliminating disparities in the educational outcomes for students of color. And be it further resolved that the South San Francisco Unified School District Board of Trustees commits itself not only to address symbols of institutional racism, but to proactively identify and address biases, practices, policies, and institutional barriers that perpetuate injustice and inequality in our schools and community. Be it further resolved that the South San Francisco Unified School District is committed to restorative justice practices, anti-racist training, culturally responsive teaching, and resources that provide safe spaces for discussions on race and injustice. And be it further resolved that the South San Francisco Unified School District will work tirelessly, collaboratively with students, staff, and families to dismantle institutionalized racism in our society and school district. Finally, be it resolved that the South San Francisco Board of Trustees clearly and unequivocally affirm that Black Lives Matter, passed and adopted by the Board of Trustees of the South San Francisco Unified School District at its regular meeting this 25th day of June, 2020. And I move the motion.
Through the chair.
Yes.
First of all, I want to just pause for a moment and really take it all in, how great it is that we in our district and we as a board are supporting this. I was overwhelmed with emotion writing this as I introduced and actually wrote this whole resolution myself, because it spoke to a lot of the things that I've seen, that I've heard, that I've lived. And I am very proud that I also stand on the shoulders of those that also served in this role in this board. Former trustees Rosa Govea as the first Latina in this board, and former trustee Maurice Goodman as the first person of color, Black, that also served here in this board. And I think this is an important time in our district that we're, like Ms. Trustee Baker said, unequivocally affirming this. And I thank the board for allowing this to come on our agenda and for supporting this. Thank you. And I second the motion.
Okay. All those in favor? Roll call.
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson, You're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice President Flores,
Absolutely, yes.
President Murray.
Yes. Can we reformat it so that at the bottom, I'm looking at the way that it's written, so that all the signatures are on there?
Yes, Vice President Flores had requested that, and I have done that, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nelani.
You're welcome.
Okay. Moving on. Approval of Board Advocacy Ad Hoc Subcommittee. The trustees will decide whether or not to move forward with a subcommittee of the board to discuss different advocacy and legislative actions on behalf of the South San Francisco Unified School District as presented to the board. Any conversation, questions, comments?
Through the chair. Oh, no, go ahead, Vice President Flores.
I was just going to, and correct me, Trustee Lujan, I believe we had said more of a legislative committee. I'm not sure if it was advocacy, but it could be both.
I think from what I understood, it was legislative, which was going to lead to some of the questions that I had, because I'm trying to be very mindful of effort duplication and also just capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have the title there just because it was getting long, and I thought after our last conversation it was about advocacy and legislative. So if you look in the first paragraph, it calls that specific component out.
Yes. So speaking to the both legislative and advocacy components, I wanted to step back and take a 30,000-foot view and look at education does have some advocacy efforts in there. And I was wondering if staff could speak a little bit to the role of PTA in the role of advocacy, as well as CTA/AFT, the unions, and if they have advocacy efforts currently, and if you guys could speak to anyone could speak to that. So.
Okay, go ahead. Did I hear somebody start to talk? Well, I guess I could. Okay, Dr. Moore?
So I don't know the depth for any PTA, CTA, or AFT. I do know that each are, if they've come before the board and talked about different ways they are advocating to the legislators to fund schools for a variety of different reasons. And so I do know that they are active within their own units, but I don't have the depth in terms of how frequent they're doing that or if that's a standing agenda item. But I do know that based on information that they've shared publicly at board meetings, that that is something that they are interested in and have done in the past.
I can say that PTA is the largest advocacy organization among parents and teachers in the United States. They lobby on behalf of education. They create resolutions and pass them down through their national, state, district, and units. I looked up the state of California, the CSBA. They also have a legislative advocacy group, and they create a lot of the same type of thing. They have well, their motto is "We fight better when we fight together," and so they pass that down to the San Mateo CSB, or the San Mateo County School Board Association, and then to us. But they have, like, on their website, they have legislative advocacy tools, legislative action day, ballot initiatives, federal education issues, CSBA legislative, oh, that's a word. Right now they're talking about the census. They have legislative news, education, legal alliance, full and fair funding, and they have sample resolutions. So, I mean, my personal opinion is that, you know, we're duplicating, it would be a duplication of work at a time when we're pretty busy with, you know, some other things, like getting the kids back to school. I know CTA also, you know, they advocate for teachers and I mean, if that was your question, I know they advocate for teachers and education.
And thank you for, apparently you did way more homework than I did, because I know that there is advocacy efforts going on, and I do, to Vice President Flores, we both serve on SMCSBA, and one of the topics that will come up in the July 11th board meeting will be who's going to serve on the legislative ad hoc committee for that. And through that venue, in the past, things like Vote for Kids and presentations I've done have come through that very venue. So I want to be just very mindful of, there are some big topics going on right now, like as we think about equity, and also just the reopening of schools. And I want to be mindful of how much capacity and where do we want to dedicate those efforts, as particularly if we step back and look at legislative actions that are currently already underway and organizations that are working in those arenas. So I was wondering, what are your thoughts, and kind of just gather thoughts from the rest of the board on that. If we take that 30,000 foot view and look at the legislative actions that are currently having and just going on, and being mindful of other things that are also coming, really pressing to the surface, and gather thoughts on that.
Does anybody have any other?
I would like to, I think that we, first of all, since I brought this on the agenda, I have reiterated time and time again that my intention has never been to recreate the wheel. It has never been to do it separately or aside or away from all the legislative efforts that are happening. But at the same time, I think it's important to understand that if we say all these other groups are doing it, what are we doing as the South San Francisco Board, and what have we done in the last 2 or 3 years to support all those legislative efforts? Have we shown up in the steps of the Capitol in Sacramento and advocated? Have we really put a letter together and issued this, or have we signed on to another letter that was drafted? That's number one. Number two is, I understand that there's legislative committees and processes from CSBA. I get those emails too, and I get those alerts. I actually respond to some alerts, but lately CSBA has been doing something different, and Trustee Baker can agree with that we're not so much on the same page on some items. But what I want to say also is, when and where have we also partnered with our unions? I know that Mr. Llano is there, and unfortunately there was a teacher that was, I think on the Zoom call earlier, she's not here any longer, and she was, and maybe Mr. Llano, you can speak to this, maybe you know about it, maybe you don't know about it, but the individual was saying that they were going to speak to the union executive committee about further ways of partnering up on this. I don't want to put you on the spot, Mr. Llano, but this is something that I feel like as a board and as a union, it's unconventional. It's never heard of in school boards that those two partner up in legislative and advocacy. And then if you do hear of those, it's seldom. And I think this is an important door that can be opened for us to be able to partner together and be able to advocate. I heard comments saying we should be focusing on other more pressing things as safety, as school, as reopening. This is exactly what it is about. Because if you don't see what's happening, is that there's push for, and if there wasn't not legislative and advocacy for layoffs to be occurring. Groups were pushing for the governor to give each school board authority to be able to lay off as a result to protect their budget. Thankfully, the governor didn't move forward with that in the budget, but that was in part due to advocacy and legislative that we were talking. Otherwise, imagine if we would have had the option of, if you guys are suffering with your budget, then go ahead and lay off people, which we don't want to do, but that was as a result of advocacy. There's also going to be other efforts of, for example, Assembly Bill 77, which is something that I think all of us are very aware now in terms of reopening, which states that waivers and funding can indeed be cut to school districts if we don't put our kids back in physical buildings. That's what the connection to the budget, the letter attached to the budget is. So all these things are definitely legislative and they're pressing. So by us saying, let's focus on more pressing things like reopening or other things at school, this is all together. It's not mutually exclusive.
My feeling, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Trustee
Go ahead.
Lujan?
And I am not trying, and so thank you for reflecting back what you were hearing. And I'm not trying to say that this isn't pressing. I'm just trying to be also mindful. So to your point, yes, there are a lot of groups going on. And to your point as well, like, yes, as a board member, I do follow those and I do reach out to the governor and legislative aides. Like, I definitely take action because that's my job as a board member. My pause is that if, as an ad hoc committee, if we submit a letter on behalf of the full board, we do need to wait until we have a full board meeting to ensure that that is the direction of the board. And I would hate to suddenly be hindered in our ability to engage in that outreach in a very timely fashion.
You know, my thought is that we can still bring things to the board. And we can advocate on our own. I do. I'm sure that we all do. My feeling is that, you know, we can do some things, but we can't do everything. And that we should, right now, we should be focusing on, you know, opening the schools, but and not duplicating work. I think that we, you know, CSBA and who we're associated with, and the San Mateo County School Board Association and PTA, you know, we can still work with the union and we can still advocate on their behalf. I've spoken to our unions and we can still do that, but I don't know that we have to have a committee to address that. The committee could only bring things to the board. You can't act, you know, you can't act on your own anyway. So it would still have to be brought to the board. And, you know, that's just my feeling. So.
I understand parliamentary procedure. That goes without saying. I understand that we're not individuals here, but I also understand, for the same purpose, why is there a policy review, right, committee? Because there has to be two that are charged. If two of us are not charged and focused on it, we can say we all do it individual, but again, if time and time again, it has been said that if we speak with one voice, it's louder, it's greater, it makes it a better impact. So by us doing it individual, it wouldn't resonate. My point is, and I will state this and then I will let it proceed. I just want to go on the record, for the record, and for the minutes to show that I did want to put this forward because I want to partner up with our unions and not recreate the wheel and not double our efforts and not double the work. I think it's very important, the work that we do, especially in the community here in South San Francisco, representing the demographics that are unique to South San Francisco, that are not similar to the rest of San Mateo County. Not everyone in San Mateo County has close to 50% Latinos. Not everyone in San Mateo County or in CSBA faces the issues that our economy and our demographics face. I would love to learn more, Trustee Lujan, about this future legislative committee, I guess you were saying, from the San Mateo School Boards Association. And perhaps I could be a part of that and join the effort that way. Thank you.
Trustee Baker.
I actually think it might be helpful to be a parliamentarian here and get a little technical here. It actually sounds like what is being described in this memo and in this resolution is not an ad hoc committee, but a standing committee. An ad hoc committee is one that's formed for a particular issue and then resolved when that issue is taken care of. Like, you know, if we were to, I don't know, just throwing something out there, change the name of a school, we would have an ad hoc committee that would be resolved when that issue is resolved. An ad hoc committee can be formed at pretty much any time under the Brown Act, and as long as it's put together, only has, in this case, 2 members, it can be put forward for any specific issue that we want to address, And then, once that bill passes or whatever, it could be dissolved. And maybe that's more what we're thinking of here. If we have maybe we can have a process to, when there's a particular issue, a trustee can bring it up at a meeting and say, I'd like to add on to the agenda an ad hoc subcommittee to discuss AB 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. And we can meet and put it together. I don't know if we need necessarily a standing committee, because I don't know if we're going to have that much work for it. But an ad hoc committee for this would be, we have the ability to have an ad hoc process for ad hoc issues. And I think that's more of what we need to focus on.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sorry, I did Mr. Yano messaged me because he can't unmute himself and he's often, I think, attendee mode. So he did want to share that the unions are very interested when there is the opportunity to partner. And then to Vice President Flores' question, yes, on July 11th, we'll unpack Legislative Action Committee and we can talk about some of the actions that have come forth, which is, reasons why there's those weird periods where I stepped down off the dais when we actually did meet in person and share presentations like Vote for Kids. So would love to dig in deep at the July 11th meeting. So thought I'd just share those two components. Thank you.
Okay.
I want to just chime in a few words here. When we went to San Diego and we went to the CSBA convention and we heard the power of the CSBA and how it moves the governor to just sign that extra legislation in our favor. The whole group claims victory, and it is great to see that and they say it too. They say the CSBA is the most powerful organization, and that's why we got X amount of funding for this, or this happened, and we are acknowledged. And so there's strength in numbers. And I don't think there's an issue that escapes the CSBA that doesn't get a look by the governor or the legislature first. I mean, that's how much they think we have the power. So I'm saying, yes, it's a good idea, but I think that we're already in a big, powerful organization, members of the CSBA, and we are powerful.
So do we have a motion? Trustee Flores? Or Vice President Flores?
Sorry?
Do we have a motion?
Do you want me to make a motion to move forward and approve it, or amend the motion to make it a standing ad hoc versus reoccurring subcommittee?
I'm asking you for a motion, whatever.
I would like to amend the motion or the approval, and I would like to propose an ad hoc committee that focuses specifically during COVID times for purposes of that, not a standing subcommittee.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
So to clarify this, the remit of this committee would simply be on issues related to these current COVID crisis. And should it ever get resolved, it will then dissolve.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll support that.
Okay, so roll call.
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray?
Yes. And how do we determine what this looks like? Trustee Lujan, last week you said that you'd like to be part of it. I want to make sure that my personal preference would be that it's not something that's going to cause staff more work during this time. This is simply legislation and, simply bringing to us information, legislation, et cetera, with COVID or the issues of COVID.
Understood. And I think President Murray, I think what we'll do is we'll do a lot of the heavy lifting through the San Mateo School Boards Association, if I'm right. Trustee Lujan, as your hat president of that entity.
That would be my understanding as well. The SMCSBA is very lucky to have a number of delegates who get to go to the delegate assembly, and they come back with a list of proposed legislation that we all get to look through. So it would be my understanding that SMCSBA would do a lot of the heavy lifting, so you get a pared down version and not reading through 300 pages of proposed legislation.
Or rewrite it, or or add to it maybe a couple things.
Okay. Okay. Roll call, or we did roll call, motion carried. Okay, so next is approval of change in summer board meeting start time. Staff recommends the board approve earlier start times for their summer meetings in the months of July and August 2020 as presented to the board. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Could I ask, oh yeah, I guess I'll second, and then can I ask a question? Or, yeah, I don't know that I can fully, so I can definitely do an earlier meeting in the month of July. I cannot in the month of August. I have a new boss.
Okay.
I just have comments if we're taking.
What are we talking about time? Excuse me. What are we talking about hours? I mean, can we talk about times like 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 3 o'clock?
No, because Dana can't make it during those times. She
can do July. I'm good for July. No task force meetings in July, or no Thursday task force meeting in July. But August one, I definitely got to be back at work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, what time are we looking at in August, Dana?
I hate to do this. Meeting? Yeah, if it could be a regular, I'm sorry, because I do realize that it's hard on staff. It makes for a long night for all of you. It's hard on my fellow trustees. So I'm sorry.
Trustee Baker?
Yeah, my comments are just, I understand the knowledge before this, and whatever the board votes on, I will go to, because I think, when we're elected to this board, we make it a priority to be there available when everyone else is available. But I will say, and this is with knowledge that this would be at 10:45 p.m. on a regular.
I was going to say that, yeah.
This is also an exceptional meeting, I think. I like having a break between the workday and such. I had, someone in some of the audience might have noticed my video kept going in and out earlier. That's because I was trying to chaw down on a sandwich. So I will go with the board's selection, but I prefer status quo in the times.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
So moved. I second. Oh, sorry. What am I supposed to say? I don't know what I'm thinking.
I'll make the motion. Can I propose that we have an earlier start time for the month of July, 5 o'clock closed session for the month of July, and then we resume regular board meetings in the month of August, unless Trustee Baker, you want to override me with a different motion.
Okay, so the motion is we'll have an early July meeting, 5 p.m. closed session, and we'll resume to our regular meetings in August. The motion was made by Trustee Lujan. Do I have a second?
It was made
second.
It was actually made by Trustee Richardson, I think, with a second from Trustee Lujan. Is that correct?
We can do it that way. There was no motion made when Trustee Richardson had made it.
I know. I thought we were on the record for what was written. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. Trustee Richardson, do you want to second it?
Second, I'll second. Thank you.
So Trustee Lujan made the motion. Trustee Richardson is seconding it.
Okay.
And roll call?
Trustee Baker? You're muted.
No.
You saying no?
No.
I'm saying no.
It's allowed.
He's not allowed.
Not everything has to be unanimous.
I'm the only one that says no.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray?
Yes. Motion carried.
And can I just clarify, at this point, we're not sure what will be on closed session. So regardless of whether it's closed session or open, we can start at 5 o'clock on July. On the July.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Mine
too.
too. Thank you.
Okay. So July 5 p.m.
On 31.
Moving forward, approval of change or no. Approval of Edgenuity contract. Staff recommends the approval of the agreement with Edgenuity, an online education provider, as presented to the board.
Yeah.
Trustee
What
Baker?
is the page?
I just have a question.
Trustee Richardson, mute yourself, please.
Do we have, we had at least one public speaker on this tonight talking about Edgenuity on how it was, they didn't like it. And do we have any general feedback on how Edgenuity is going, how it's being accepted by our staff?
So great question, Trustee Baker. So Ingenuity, I want to be upfront. There's limited staff at our schools that interface and interact with Ingenuity. We have a couple sections at both of our high schools. In Baden, our continuation school, all of their 7 staff use it for students to make up credits. There's a couple things. I've been participating in webinars to look at Ingenuity, what we're doing at the secondary level, and more importantly, a possible distance learning model in terms of elementary potential option. We've increased, and I've worked with the Ingenuity rep to increase the amount of PD, Trustee Baker. We haven't really done a lot of PD with our staff around that. So we're working on policies with our staff and with our students. But the big key with this is the teacher's role in Ingenuity changes with Ingenuity. They're more of a facilitator and support. And we're trying to figure out if there's a better way or a better staffing model for Ingenuity at our secondary level. So I'm trying to be broad and respectful of the program, but Ingenuity is very similar to other online programs. So if you're asking me, have we looked at Odyssey-Ware, Apex, and other programs? Yes, and there's just in terms of, it's just the interface, they're all very similar. What I do like about Ingenuity, and they put in and included more tutorials and help videos in this newest version, and it's able to be translated in multiple languages, all the content and the curriculum with a set of a button, so that's kind of nice. But there are some things that we still need to work on, I mean, just to be upfront.
Thank you. I'll make a motion if it's still out there.
Okay, and
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, roll call?
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores? You're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. President Murray?
Yes, motion carried. Okay, approval of memorandum of understanding, MOU, between Health Connect and the district for 2021. Staff recommends the approval of the MOU between Health Connect and the district for sexual health education program provided to 8th grade students in 2020-2021 as presented to the board.
Through the chair, I have a quick question on this one. Just for my own understanding and for the understanding of the public, with this curriculum, is in the event we have to shift to a full distance option, just COVID-19 stress and whatnot, is there a virtual option available if we do move forward with the purchase and then suddenly are re-sheltered in place? I don't want to make a purchase of a program that we suddenly can't deliver.
Sure, that's a great question, Trustee Lujan. Last year during the shelter in place, we had already set up forth the partnership with our middle schools. They are all set different schedules. We happen to have one school that we went into the shelter in place, and Health Connect was able to work with the teachers and deliver their curriculum live synchronous to the staff and to the students. So there is that ability. We did make a decision at one school not to move forward with that because we were uncomfortable, but Health Connect has already made that adaptation and modification last spring. So I'm confident that we can partner together again in case we have to do it virtually. The hope is obviously that we could do it more in person, but it will all depend on the step-by-step approach and what phase we're in. If we're going to have an outside provider actually can come in to our schools and do it in person.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Irish. So with that, I feel comfortable moving the motion.
Through the chair, I just had one quick question as well.
Richardson?
Mr. Irish, how much staff or how much time does this program allow our students physical staff time? Are they allowed to, or are they part of the program? How much is that? How much staff, how much are they participating to our students in this presentation with this this program? I don't know if I'm asking the right way, but it seems like sometimes I have a problem when I can't understand if this is a more virtual presentation or if there's someone, a specialist that comes in and presents the content.
So Health Connected, that's fine. Health Connected is a third party that we partner with through San Mateo County. What they do is they come in person, Trustee Richardson, and usually it's a 10-day curriculum. So they partner with the teacher at the middle school or the high school, and they co-teach that curriculum on sexual education and AIDS and so on and so forth. So that's why the scheduling is really important. We get a list of the master schedules, all the teachers at our sites. Mr. Brockmeyer is our liaison with the site leaders to actually calendar and schedule all their presentations. So Health Connected might be at Parkway for a month in January and early February, because they have to go through multiple teachers and multiple sections to deliver the curriculum. And for every student that gets access, which is all, we've just expanded. And we also partnered with them for our students with disabilities and the mod severe. So we've adapted the curriculum for them as well, because that was a hole that we didn't have a couple of years ago that we wanted to rectify. So it's a 10-day. So depending on the number of students and the grade, the number of teachers, they could be at a school for a month to 6 weeks, and then they go to the next school. So that's part of the reason why we have to get the contract approved now, because we're working on the scheduling component for the spring semester. 21 or 20.
Well,
21. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. Really, it makes me understand, because some of these things that we're approving, it's a lot of money, but this is not that much money. But I kind of wonder how much physical presentation our kids get. And I'm not sure, to me, I am not convinced totally that a virtual presentation really is that powerful. I just have, maybe I think it's better to have a physical presence to present some topics. And I believe that this might be one of them.
So that was part of the reason. No, you're absolutely right. That was part of the reason why we made a decision with one of the middle schools not to move forward and ask for reimbursement of virtual, and then work on scheduling, because we would prefer it in person. Of course, we would always prefer in person, but just in case, like Trustee Luan said, we get back in the SIP shelter-in-place order, there is the possibility and the capability of Health Connected to deliver this service virtually.
Mr. Irish, you're doing a great job. I really appreciate that. You just explain it so well that I'm already, okay, let's go for it.
Okay, so I have a motion by Trustee Lujan. Would you like to make a second, Trustee Richardson?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, motion carried.
Okay.
Okay, approval of LCAP COVID-19 operations written report. Staff recommends the approval of the 2020 LCAP COVID-19 operations written report as presented to the board. Do I have questions? Motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, motion carried. Okay, approval of non-public agencies contracts for 2021. Staff recommends the approval of non-public agencies, NPAs, contracts to fulfill individualized education plans, IEPs for 2020-2021 school year as presented to the board. Any questions, comments?
I have a question for Mr. Irish, I guess. He's on. Now, what does this service deliver, Mr. Irish? Does this train teachers on how to write an IEP? Or is this an ongoing training every year?
So there's multiple third-party service providers that are on this list. One of the things we've been talking about with the board, and you graciously approved some positions, is trying to hire and create job descriptions for positions so we can perform the service internally. We haven't been able to hire all those behaviorists, all those teachers. So these are third parties that we partner with to provide the service because we don't have the capability or the staffing right now currently to deliver those services. So it's anything from, to be perfectly honest, translation. We do lots of translation for IEPs that we need to translate into multiple languages. So that's Avid Translation. Beacon Therapeutic is our mental health service provider that we use right now.
Oh, okay.
Then there's BHRS, Dooley. These are all different third parties depending on what it is. There is a chart in there.
Yeah, I saw it.
Give a little indication of what it is. Trustee Richardson doesn't go into in-depth detail on every single one.
Well,
but really it's about staffing, paraprofessionals, special ed teachers, additional occupational therapists, program specialists, anything that we can't staff internally because we don't have enough interest or we haven't approved it, we have to go outside because with students with an IEP, if we don't deliver the service and it's in their IEP, as the board knows, we are going to be held responsible for that.
Yeah.
Multiple ways.
Well,
like that.
I agree. Okay. I appreciate the breakdown as well because I was able to see, but there was a bunch of things in there and I thought, well, I better ask. And I appreciate the clarification, Mr. Irish.
Okay. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call?
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Motion carried.
56. Okay. 56.
Of non-public schools and non-public agencies contracts for 2020-2021. Staff recommends the approval of non-public schools NPSs and non-public agency NPA contracts to fulfill transportation needs for the 2020-2021 school year as presented to the board.
Second.
I had a question.
Okay. Question?
Mr. Irish, have the public school, private school placement, have they dropped or have they increased in the past year, would you say? That's my only question.
So that's a great question. I'd have to work with Director Yakub to give you a definite answer and one that's backed by data. So I can't really surmise. My sense is it's increased, and our goal is, like we talked about, since we've all arrived here, we want to build our programs up, keep as many students internally in our district. Our students and families want to be in our SSFUSD community, and that's where we're moving towards. But right now, I can get numbers from Director Yakub to show you the difference over the last couple years, so you can see
okay.
it. I can
Thank
share
you.
that. Yes. I just do want to add in this TPP contract. If you looked at page 180, you'll see that we made a typo around the fiscal years, and it says 2017 to 2020. And obviously the contract is from 2020 to 2023. So all those need to be amended to 2020, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23. I apologize for that. I did not catch it when we were reviewing the board packet.
What page? What page did you say?
Page 180 of the Transition Partnership Program contract. You're going to see middle, there's 2 paragraphs around fiscal years, and there's a typo. They say the previous 3 years, 2017, and it should say 2020, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23.
Oh.
So again, I just want to make sure the board's aware. You're not approving something for 3 years that already happened. It would be.
Okay, so on the approval of the MPSs and an MPA contracts, I had a motion by Trustee Baker, second by Trustee Lujan. Can I get a roll call?
Trustee Baker? Yes. Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray?
Yes, motion carried. Okay, so for the next one, approval of Transition Partnership Program contract for 2020 to 2023 and adoption of resolution number 20-48. Staff recommends the approval of the 3-year Transition Partnership Program TPP contract for 2020 to 2023 and adoption of resolution number 20-48, authorizing district personnel to sign the agreement as presented to the board. And the motion is going to be for the 2020 to 2023 when it for the amendment, so that it reads 2020 to 2023.
Board memo is right. There's just on page 180, it has the 3 fiscal years that are wrong. And I just wanted to bring that to the board. This TPP program has been in place in South City for many years. It's a 3-year contract. This is part of, just to remind the board, part of our amazing transition services. We just got recently commended for our placement for our special ed students in post-secondary and workplace. And it's really part of the great work of Carl Hemela, the team, the job shadowers, job developers that make this work. And this TPP program is funding the staffing at the same levels. There is no change in staffing for the next 3 years. So I just wanted to provide a little context for the board.
I agree. It's an amazing program. I love it.
Through the chair, I have to give kudos every time I visit the ATP program, like the silk screening that they're doing, the partnerships with BJ's, like it is really astounding. And it opens up opportunities for students who may be pursuing a certificate instead of a diploma. And so thank you. I'm really excited about this item, and I will happily make a motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay, and roll call?
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray?
Yes. Motion carried. Okay. Next, approval to adopt the San Mateo County Office of Education Special Education Local Plan and County Resolution. Staff recommends the adoption of the San Mateo County Office of Education 2020 to 2023 Special Education Local Plan and Resolution number 1-2019-2020 as presented to the board. Do you have any questions, comments?
I'll make a motion.
I just had one quick question.
Resolution, it's.
And I'll waive the reading, but go ahead, Trustee
I don't
Richardson,
want
with
to,
your
yes.
question.
Yeah, yes, and I just, why, do we get services from all of these 600 plus pages of, are they vendors or providers or these specialized academic instruction? And Mr. Irish, why do we have such a big list here?
So it's a great.
Cost me $20 for this thing.
What I want to say, I agree. I apologize, and I know you had just on this item over 400 pages, and there's a 200-page contract in there. Just to communicate with the board and the public, South San Francisco Unified District is part of the SELPA, which is the county consortium for special ed services. This is part of the requirement that all 23 districts need to approve at the local level. So it starts at the county, and then each of the 23 districts need to approve this. So this is, I apologize, this is just the process. I don't know how else to say it. We did contact the director there to see if we had to include it, and the recommendation was for full transparency to include it. I will work with Ms. Allen Cantley next year to see if there's another way we can do it. Maybe just provide a link or something just to the plan. So my apologies on that, because you did get an 800-page agenda board packet.
Oh, then I don't feel so bad.
Yes, so for anyone that thinks that the board is not working outside of board meetings, we got an 800-page packet for this meeting, folks.
I can't even lift this.
Okay, so
I kept it together. So go ahead.
Motion?
I think I made a motion and with the waiving of a reading.
Oh, thank you. And do I have a second?
100 pages max.
Okay.
I'll second. Unless, did Mr. Trustee Baker?
No,
Did you second?
I'll give Trustee Richardson the second.
Okay. And roll call?
I just want to share that this agenda broke our prior record from 2014. This is now the largest agenda in 9 years I've worked here. Thank you, Mr. Irish.
We got a nice printer though. We got good copies.
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray?
Yes, motion carried. I have to say, it's, this particular item is huge, but we do have 20 action items, which is pretty huge as well. Let's see, next, approval of contract between the Youth Services Bureau School, YSB Counseling, and Safe School Advocates Services and the district for 2020-2021. Staff recommends the approval of the contract for services with the Youth Services Bureau, YSB, of the YMCA to continue supporting additional counseling at all district schools for the 2020-2021 school year as presented to the board. Any comments?
I have a comment. I just want to say that, there's a lot of conversation now in this time and age right now, and I don't have to repeat it because everyone has heard it, of how can we support our schools and how we can support our districts. And this is exactly it. This agenda item, I am so proud that we can fully say, and hopefully unanimously, that we are supporting our counseling services. This is where we are providing our funds. This is where we're focusing our energy. And that these counseling services are not just for one school, but cover our entire district in all levels, at all grade levels. So I really appreciate that we're continuing our partnership, and I want to recognize YSB and YMCA for the partnership that they do. And with that, I'll make a motion.
Okay, and do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray?
Yes, motion carried. Okay. Next, approval of Assistant Director of Pupil Personnel / Special Education position and job description. Staff recommends the approval of a Director of Pupil Personnel / Special Education position and a job description to support the district's students with special needs as presented to the board. Questions, comments?
I'd like to comment in that, our special education department has been overwhelmed and has had some difficulties in meeting compliance requirements before. I think we need to expand our staff here, and I'm very happy to support this and so move it.
Thank you.
And I also want to share the comments made by Trustee Baker, and I want to elevate and recognize the work of our Director of Special Education. I feel like we are in the right track, and she is really a blessing to this district because she is, I see her all the time in the emails, in the communications, even in the meetings, the committee meetings that she's leading. She's such a good fit for this role, and I am happy to support additional support for her as well. I second the motion.
Okay. Roll call?
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, and I too would like to say that Director Yakub has been amazing, and I think that she's elevated our special ed department. And with that, motion carried. Next, approval of coordinator of behavior, mental health, and assessment position and job description. Staff recommends the approval of a coordinator of behavior, mental health, and assessment position and job description to support the district students with special needs as presented to the board. Questions, comments, motion?
So moved. Oh, jinx, double jinx.
Okay, so Trustee Baker, first, Trustee Lujan second, and roll call?
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, motion carried. Okay, next, adoption of the 2020-2021 district budget. Staff recommends the adoption of the 2020-2021 district budget and the multi-year projections for 2021, 2022, and 2022 and 2022-2023, and authorizes submission of same to the San Mateo County Office of Education as presented to the board. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, roll call?
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, motion carried. Okay, next, resolution number 20-44 for budgetary increases and year-end transfers. Staff recommends the adoption of resolution number 20-44 for budgetary increases and transfers at year-end of the fiscal year 2020 to 2021. Question, comments, motion?
So moved and waive the reading.
Second?
Second.
I second.
Okay, so Trustee Lujan and Trustee Baker has the second. Roll call?
Trustee Baker,
Yes.
Trustee Lujan,
Yes.
Trustee Richardson,
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, motion carried. Resolution number 20-45 for education protection account funds, EPA. Staff recommends the adoption of resolution number 20-45 to receive and disperse the revenues derived from Proposition 30 taxes into the education protection account fund. Do I have questions, comments, motion?
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Trustee Richardson, go ahead.
Oh, I'm probably going to ask the same question. What is that fund? Where is it hiding? I need to know.
Question, go ahead.
I just need to know where that fund is. What is it that which one? We're lost track here.
We're looking at 4C.
Education protection. Yeah, that education protection
Right.
account. Prop 30 taxes in the education protection fund. Where is that fund? Notice on the budget. That's all I needed to know.
Oh, Trustee Richardson, yeah, that's under the general fund. And there's actually a special resource to track those funds, which is 1,400 resource under the general fund for tracking that. And mainly we use this to pay every year the counselors.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know because we got to pay the counselors. Thank you.
Okay, so there was a motion. Was there a motion?
And I second. I second.
I'll move and request we waive the reading.
Okay, and second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call?
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray?
Yes, motion carried. Okay, resolution number 20-51 for authorized signatures. Staff recommends the adoption of resolution number 20-51 to approve authorized district signatures for orders. Do I have
What kind? I have a question again.
Okay.
Does this require 2 signatures at any given moment or 1 signature? Mr. O.
Yeah, that requires 1 signature. For example, like accounts payable batches where we pay the vendors. So there's a printout, and then after the supervisor reviews and approves it, then it requires either Ms. Ball or myself to sign it.
So you would be the last one to sign it off after
either myself or Ms. Ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see Mr. Spalding's name too. So I see five people though.
It's just adding Ms. Ball's name as a signature.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved and request we waive the reading.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call?
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray?
Yes, motion carried. Next is approval of bid for district structured network cabling. Staff recommends the authorization for the Business Services Department to accept the lowest bid for district structured network cabling from AAA Network Solutions in the amount of $4,038,190.43 and award the contract as presented to the board. Questions, comments, motion?
Quick question, Mr. O. Does this include the E-rate discount that we talked about at the previous presentation when Mr. CM gave us the rundown about the cost of this thing?
Yeah, that's
this project.
Yeah, this amount is before the E-rate is applied. So after we get the E-rate, it's gonna be reduced the amount.
Oh, that's good to know because I remember it was hovering over 5 million. I was starting to get a little bit nervous about it, but I'm happy to hear that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I have a similar question. We have a contingency fee built in. I'm assuming that should the actual work come in under at the base bid, the contingency does not need to be paid.
Yes, that is correct, Trustee Baker. If, for example, the contingency fee would cover something unexpected like a huge boulder in the middle of our trenching pathway. If we don't encounter any huge boulder and we don't need to trench any unexpected costs, then we don't need to use the contingency fee. So we would not be charged for it.
That was my assumption. Thank you.
So do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call?
Trustee Baker? Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, motion carried. Okay, approval of systems administrator position and job description. Staff recommends the approval of a systems administrator position and job description as presented to the board. Questions, comments, motion?
I have a question. Is it Mr. O, or I don't know if Mr. CM? So is this IT systems administrator going to be reporting to you and oversee the current IT technicians that you have? Like, what's the chain of command? I guess I'm asking.
So typically, in the past, this is a typical position in most technology departments. They all report to me. We're a smaller department. My last department, the systems administrator had 2 that reported to him. But in our organizational structure, it's still small enough for everyone to report directly to me. This position would be mostly responsible for network, wireless, so the cabling. He or she would be assisting me in this project, as well as the network electronics upgrade as well. But yeah, they would be reporting directly to me.
Thank you. And can this individual also troubleshoot tickets to the sites?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If you kind of imagine levels of support, there's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. We're all responsible for like the typical day-to-day support requests, which are tier 1. This position would also be responsible for assisting with those types of requests, but mostly responsible for the higher level types of problems that require more time, more skill level to troubleshoot.
Got it. But it's not really like, sorry, go ahead.
Those tier 2 and tier 3 types of problems have been taking up a lot of the regular technicians' time. And as a result, the regular day-to-day operations, the regular maintenance, the regular like the server cleanup and account cleanup, maintenance, things like that have fallen by the wayside.
Got it. So by adding this position, then we're able to allow more time to the other IT techs. And this position is not solely just an administrative type of role or a desk, but more of larger issues that are on the IT department.
No, sir. And if you ask anyone that I've worked with both now and in the past, my philosophy, my departmental philosophy is very customer service oriented. So you'll always find me answering the phones, helping people out. I try to set that example, and everyone in my department is responsible for that.
Thank you, Mr. Sian. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just want to add. I just also want to add that this by having this position and not paying our expensive consultant, we're able to actually have a savings for the budget as well too. So that's a double plus.
Thanks, Mr. O. Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, so Trustee Richardson, the motion, Trustee Lujan, the second, roll call?
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores?
Yes.
President Murray?
Yes, and motion
I
carried.
did need to tell you that we're 4 minutes away from 10:30. If we're going to extend the meeting.
We started an hour early.
So we need a motion to extend the meeting beyond 10:30.
Am I correct? Go at 15-minute increments.
Okay, so
Okay.
extend it to 10:45.
Please.
Second.
Second.
Okay.
I'm
Roll
sorry, who was the first on that?
John.
Okay, for 10:45? Okay.
Yes.
Everyone talk fast now.
Okay, roll call?
Trustee Baker?
Yes.
Trustee Lujan?
Yes.
Trustee Richardson?
Yes.
Vice President Flores,
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, motion carried. Okay, so approval of Infinity Communications and Consulting Incorporated for project.
67.
Trustee Richardson, can you
Oh.
mute?
Sorry.
Approval of Infinity Communications and Consulting Incorporated for project administration services for the structured network cabling project.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, roll call?
Trustee Baker.
Yes.
Trustee Lujan.
Yes.
Trustee Richardson.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice President Flores. You're
Yes.
muted.
Yes.
Thank you. President Murray.
Yes, motion carried. Okay, approval of change order number 1 to the Agbayani Construction Corporation for the El Camino High School softball field project. Staff recommends the approval of the change order number 1 to the Agbayani Construction Corporation agreement in the amount of $71,597.09 for the El Camino High School softball field project as presented to the board.
So moved.
Okay.
I have a quick question to Mr. O. Is this the end of the project that we're changing orders for? Or why, you know, it's always at the end of the project that we get this big request for change orders.
Maybe I could help you answer
Oh,
that.
there he is. I like that field you were. Go ahead.
That's the Bury field in my background. So no, this is not the very end of the project at El Camino High. We're about 75% complete. This is the first change order, and it takes us through a bunch of conditions that we found at the site and several items that the district asked to add. It's not not the last one, and there'll probably be a couple more. We have some conditions there that we're probably going to want to fix that are adjacent to the field, and we'll be bringing those back to the board.
And this is going to be for artificial turf, correct?
That's correct, and they are starting to put the shock pad in right now on the paving, and are going to be installing the turf in the next by the next 2 weeks or so. They'll be done with that.
Actually,
I had one really quick one, and you can take. You know, I have a thing about color. If I like the fields to match all these artificial turfs, I saw one color that it bothers me till today. But I want the field. If we could just sort of match the one in the football field, I would be happy. Thank you.
Okay.
My comment was that Coach Jacobson up at El Camino posted a picture today, and it looks like they're already putting some turf down, at least in the left field area.
Great. Okay. I was there the other day. They were doing the final prep. So good. That's good news.
Thank you, Mr. Savage. Okay.
So moved.
I'm sorry. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call?
Trustee Baker.
Yes.
Trustee Lujan.
Yes.
Trustee Richardson.
Yes.
Vice President Flores.
Yes.
President Murray.
Yes, motion carried.
Okay.
A review of agenda items and meetings?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Equity is certainly coming up as a pressing topic, as it should. And last year, the board and cabinet engaged in some important work as it relates to equity with the Equity Network through the San Mateo County School Board Association. This week, I think all of us, I don't know, I was BCC'd on the email, received a communication from former President Kalima Salahuddin regarding the continuation of the Equity Network. And there is a cost associated with continuing participation. I would like to see if it's possible to add that topic to the next agenda to see if there's support to continue participation in the Equity Network. And along with that, one of the action items that the Equity Network is going to recommend is that we have an ad hoc committee or a standing equity committee of the board that would work with staff and other interested community members to continue moving forward on an equity agenda. So I think both topics might be appropriate for the next agenda.
Next agenda?
If possible, just because we do need to let former President Salahuddin know if we're going to participate or not. So that would be my thoughts on it.
Okay, so, so on the July 16th agenda.
If possible, thank you.
Okay.
Would this involve anyone but only a board member, or is this involve more people, more staff? Or?
From what I understand of year 2 of the Equity Network, it would involve staff and a couple board members who would ideally pick a topic to really focus on from an equity agenda lens. It would provide targeted support. So those who attended the Equity Network sessions last year received presentations from Nicole Anderson, who has worked with CSBA as well as the SMCSBA. And so she would provide targeted support to work groups within districts.
I have no idea.
Is it at the pleasure of the board?
Support it.
Fine.
I support it as well, Nina. Okay.
Fine.
So, on the next agenda. Anything else?
I would like to add in for the record our upcoming 2 closed board session meetings to happen on Saturday, July 11th from 11:15 to 1:15, and also requesting a closed board session on Thursday, July 16th, prior to our regularly scheduled board meeting that evening. Ilani, did you catch all that?
I think so. You're going to have a separate closed session meeting, 11:15 to 1:15 on the 11th. And on the 16th, there is going to be an item or 2 for closed session.
Okay, so maybe we can just put in an hour for that, July 16th for, and the topics are superintendent evaluation for both of those.
Okay.
Thank you. In addition, I was wondering if there was a reason in the last board meeting I requested that we discuss the possibility of having a presentation or an update or some form of discussion in terms of our relationship with the South San Francisco Police Department, and for us to be able to understand a little bit more and explore how we have partnered and discuss on that. I believe we had agreed on a future agenda date of July 16th, but I want to confirm where it was or where it is. Actually, I don't see it on the agenda, upcoming agendas.
So we did confirm that we are scheduled. I just don't think it's listed on the agenda. I don't think that we put it there, but we are planning to have it on July 16th.
Understood. Thank you. And then I will toss it to Trustee Baker.
Oh, thank you.
I saw you wanting to get in, so go ahead.
It's okay. I have no rush. I do have to come back with a topic it's been on my mind lately. I know we've gotten some email topics on it, talking to the community. I guess, frankly, this country has had to reckon with many historical figures over the last few years, particularly in the last month or so. There's people that were once revered and are now being reevaluated, especially as we recognize actions that were once glossed over and consider them in a multicultural context. And I say everything I'm saying tonight in the context of someone with a degree in U.S. history and a knowledge of how historiography works, not as a knee-jerk reaction to current events. And I can't offer any specific opinions on Junipero Serra tonight, considering this is not an agendized item. But I would like to see on a future agenda a discussion of his name and its place on one of our elementary schools. Specifically, if it's the pleasure of the board, I'd like to see a report on the logistics of changing Junipero Serra Elementary School's name, and to develop a process to reach out to the JS community to discuss the merits of a name change gauge community interest in such a change, and should a consensus for change be reached, to discuss what that new name would be. I'd like to thank Principal Sampayan for calling in earlier. And as I just said, yes, I do want this to be led by the Junipero Serra family and the Daly City community. I obviously have my opinion, and when this is on the agenda, I'll be happy to share it. But it's the students, parents, staff, and community of Junipero Serra who this is going to affect, and it's them we need to hear from before making any decisions.
I'm wondering if we can't do that. I understand that there's some urgency among board members, but I'm wondering if we can't put it off until September 24th, because school starts August 12th, and July 16th, we have quite a bit on the agenda.
Madam Chair, I'm not asking for next week. And, you know, I've had people write in and say, yeah, we have more serious things to worry about right now, specifically COVID-19. And yes, safe education is our priority, as our meeting last week and our discussion earlier tonight emphasized. But racial justice is the #1 social interest issue in the country right now. And this is related to that. We literally just had to pass a resolution saying this district is anti-racism. You know, so I'm fine in putting it off. This is going to be a months-long process, but I do think it's important we start the process. Talking about a name change will not detract from our opening plans, because we're working on those already. I just want to get this in the queue.
Okay, so so I'm going to put it down for September 24th, if you don't mind, and if it's at the pleasure of the board.
Sure, I support that, and September 24th, I know it's going to take time. And yes, we do have higher immediate priorities, but.
And maybe that could be a topic for our August 8th community forum as well.
I would like to suggest that we don't push it completely out of scope. Like if I'm hearing now September, then October, then it's going to be November, and then we're going to. I just want to also put in.
I'm looking at the agendas right in front of me, and you know, school starts August 13th, and I want to be mindful of the staff's time. And then September 10th, it's jam-packed. School just started, so I'm thinking that September 24th. It looks open. It looks like we have time to discuss it. And I just mentioned October 8th because that's our community forum, and it could be one of the topics of our community forum, but it's not necessary. We can, I'd like to put it on September 20th. I mean, September 24th. If,
through the chair, I agree. I just don't see the urgency with this. We don't even know, we don't have a plan yet. And I think that we'd lose focus on this, and the staff, of course, is going to lose focus on something like this, that I want to give our full attention to bringing back the school the way we would like them to be, which is everybody come to school. But it's not to be. And we're just walking gingerly towards that goal. And I think that that's an appropriate time. I don't think that we're going to lose sight of it. People are already changing things, and it's just a flood of emotions at the moment. And I think that would be a good cooling period. That's my take.
So I completely agree with Trustee Baker. I think we can't push it off. I think it's very relevant. It's very timely. We don't want to just ignore what's happening in front of us. I think that doesn't serve our board the purpose. I also sent in a draft resolution for the board to consider, and I would like to tag team my board resolution to that discussion. And I see August 13. I'm not sure what's happening on August 13. That doesn't seem like a lot of items.
Well, school starts on August 12th, and so we're trying to open up school at the end of a shelter in place, and I'm being
right.
mindful,
I understand that.
I'm being mindful of the staff's time.
I don't think we're doing anything the day after the school opens. I think everything.
For them but they are preparing. They're preparing to open up school, and they're preparing for that. So I think.
Can I allow to be finished, please? I'm making the point that August 13 is the day after school opens. All of the preparations and stuff will have been done by then. If not, we also would need to consider, if we are looking at another date to push school back, the opening day, if we're not there yet, which is a whole other discussion that we need to get there.
I'm assuming that the staff will be working all the way up through the 12th in preparing kids for school. And afterwards, you know, this is brand new and there are going to be some blips, and I'm assuming that will be their sole focus, you know, until September. Now, if you want to move it to September 10th, maybe we can do that. I think this is something that we all want to discuss. I don't know that it has to be done, you know, before school starts. In fact, we received a lot of comments or I've seen a lot of comments and received emails to that effect, like, let's get school started and let's talk about it. It's not anything that we're going to put off. We do want to talk about it. We just want to be mindful of the
moment,
the staff's time. So, you know what? Before we move on, it's 10:45.
Can I make a motion that we continue to 11?
Yes, thank you. All in favor? I mean, roll call.
Are we allowed to do it a second time? I think it's only once.
But
John had said that we'll do it in 15-minute increments.
We can do it in 15 or 30 minutes, or however we need to. There's boards that have gone up to 1 in the morning.
Let's not do that. I said we go to, if we can go to 11, we can. I'm trying to pull up the bylaw right now. But I also think if we could also move on and get this, if it's the pleasure of the board.
Wait, I think she needs a roll call vote for 11 o'clock.
Yeah, 10:44, we got to vote.
I'm reading the board policy, and it says the meeting shall be extended no more than once.
How many more items do we have left, Lerani?
Just the board directives.
That's the policy we need to review.
That's going to take more than 30 seconds.
We're in the middle of a business item right now, so I think we can at least finish the business item legally. So what I would suggest is, I don't want this to take any priority away from the reopening of schools. If maybe Dr. Moore can get back to us with when she thinks the board staff can get to this and fit it in. My only other thought is, I don't know if it's an appropriate topic for the community forum because it does not affect the whole district, and I want to focus it on Junipero Serra and that school's needs.
Okay. Okay, so we'll talk to Dr. Moore, see when we can put that on the agenda. Summary of board directives.
Okay, I won't go over the ones that we just did, but from earlier, agendize a July meeting item to formalize changing Vice President Flores to become the main district representative for the General Plan Committee. Agendize more discussion on health techs and possibly adding more of them to the district. Agendize a COVID-19 budget item. Staff to move forward with scheduling while addressing, scheduling, sorry, I've confused myself. Oh, to move forward with scheduling while addressing middle school concerns and online options, and staff to check with County Council on Genentech litigation funds holding time.
Okay, and I think that Trustee Lujan wanted, and the board wanted, an equity network. We wanted to discuss equity network to see if
I just didn't want to spend the time to go over those because we just,
Okay. Okay, sorry. And with the health techs, I think it was analysis of health techs and or other possibilities to meet our first aid and COVID-19 needs.
okay.
Okay, so with that, I guess we will skip good and welfare. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Roll call?
No, don't need one.
Oh, yeah.
That's never happened.
Okay, well, meeting adjourned.
Thanks all.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
10:47. Only 3 minutes over. Okay. So moved.